Okay, we're going to call the meeting to order for the April 11th, 2023 Planning Commission meeting, and we will begin our flag salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And then planning commission meeting, oh wait, topics from the floor. Sorry, I almost forget that. Topics from the floor. Pretty pre-fun.
So I watched your 322 special session meeting, and happy to say that I'm happy about your unhappiness about my public comments. And an effort to keep me from talking makes me really happy that you don't like it. And the fact that you are actually dumb enough to say this in a public meeting, demonstrates your unfitness to be on the planning commission and how you are uniquely qualified to be the chair. Again, if you're not happy with the rules here about public comment, I'd like to point out where the door is and suggest that you use it. And yeah, then we're back to California. I don't know what's the matter with you. I don't know if your mom didn't love you, your dad ignored you. Frankly, I don't care. But whatever the problem is, get some therapy. This is not the place for it. Your feeling of inadequacy and self-loathing and the way that you take it out on your other planning commission is frankly unacceptable. And to the staff as well. And the council, it's evident, it's known within the community, and it's really not adequate. Your stated desire to have power is really counterproductive. And has been counterproductive since you stated. I've never been so happy that I actually voted for you for the city council. Never have I been so happy to actually lose a vote. The planning commission's agenda is not your agenda. You need to start asking for the council, your committee, to approve your agenda. And if you're going to make a change or move it around, you need to get their approval. It is not your agenda. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about your diatribe about how we're doing such a great job on homeless. We don't do a good job of homeless. No one.
That's on the hearing later. Got anything else that's not on the agenda? Otherwise, I'm cutting you off.
No, you're not cutting me off.
Okay, you're done. Chair doesn't recognize you.
Public comment, and
things that aren't on the agenda. Things that aren't on the agenda.
So your issue about homeless and saying that it's okay is simply not true. The statements that you have shown that
time of the homeless hearing, come and talk to us about it. That's
statements that you have shown about the homeless and have stated publicly that how we're doing a good job are false and are not true, and shows your information is incorrect and that you're clueless about.
I'm just going to raise a point of order now. I'm stopping you.
You are not stopping.
Yes, I am stopping.
No,
as we're having a hearing. Yes, I am. Okay.
You are not stopping.
Right, so I just want the record to reflect.
You can have the record reflect whatever you want. This is public comment, and you are not going to shut down public comment. And if you don't like what the public comment is, that's too bad. Again, you know where the door is.
Okay, go ahead. Continue on.
I will, as I told you, I'm going to. Your choice you chose to put a documented liar on this board instead of picking someone who actually had information that could have helped you with homeless. Probably the person who most knows about homelessness in this county applied for this board, and you chose not to proceed them and could actually have some information that's useful to this committee on homelessness. He's still available in the community. You can probably still talk to him. He would probably talk to you even if he's not on the board. But if you were worried about homeless, that is who you should have had on this board. We don't do a good job in the city. We don't do a good job in this county. We don't frankly do a good job in the state. And saying repeatedly on the record that we do doesn't make the lie true. It just means that it's a lie.
So. We as a law body in a body that deliberates have to be able to maintain order. And we are just like any lawful body that when people come to speak, there has to be order of our proceedings. And if we're going to have people come into our room and violate the order established by the chair, we're going to need to find solutions to make that not happen. And so that may mean that we need to explore whether we have law enforcement here. Because Mr. Preheim wants to come in here and he wants to basically call people names. He wants to insult people, he wants to shame people. And for the record, the particular reason that I wanted him to address his comments about the city's response to homelessness is so that we could ask him questions about the basis of it, and we just don't have bold-faced accusations without any basis whatsoever. Because I can tell you, I've spent 70 hours on this, and as you're going to hear later, I've thoroughly interviewed a lot of people, and all of the evidence points to the exact opposite conclusion. And also, so to say that something is true, but not be willing to wait until the proper turn to back it up, I think is counterproductive to a hearing like this. So we recently had a situation where staff was very uncomfortable. We had to put down some city rules concerning that. And I have looked up things on free speech, and there are limits on free speech. And so I'm just going to state that. And so if it continues to happen, we're going to need to explore resources
Let
that
me assure you, that will continue to happen.
not.
I've also already told you that if you respond to my public comment, I'm going to respond back. I've already told you that, and so I'm going to. So public comment is for public comment.
Chair is not
I
recognized.
don't care if you recognize me or not. I don't recognize your ability to respond to me in a public comment when it's public comment, not public debate. And if you want to make it a public debate, I'm happy to debate your happy ass on public record because you're not very good at it, frankly. And so if you want to have a debate, great, let's have a debate. But you don't get to make comments on public comment. Your job is to sit there and listen. That's what public comment is. And if you don't like that role, again, there's the door. But if you want to try and respond back to me and think that I'm going to just sit here when I've already told you I'm not, I'm not.
So out of order. And
You're the one that's out of order.
we're going to have to rules, and that was my public.
I mean, it should be, you should leave and resign. That's the rule.
So happy you're here to demonstrate to everybody what a disruptive person is in a meeting like this. And I
The disruption.
really, I'm done with this engagement right. So
You shouldn't have engaged in the first place. That's the point of public comment.
I disagree with you, and you must maintain your public.
And I disagree with you.
There you go. So anybody else in public comment? No, hearing no other public comment, let's go to planning commission minutes dated March 21, 2023. Anybody have any changes that they'd like to make to the planning commission minutes dated March 21, 2023? Okay, anybody want to make a motion to approve the minutes?
Moved.
Second. Favor?
I abstain, I wasn't here.
And do we have Jennifer Pugsley on?
It is on Zoom, yeah.
I'm an I.
Oh, okay, all right, she's an aye. All right, then planning commission special retreat minutes dated March 22nd, 2023. Anybody want to make any changes or additions or comments to those? Anybody want to make a motion to approve the minutes?
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I was absent.
Okay. And then let's go to the public hearing agenda. 6:00 PM annexation at 35046 Maple Street. Which is the May annexation. And I guess I better read my. It is now 6:10 PM. Public hearing is now open. This is a quasi judicial land use hearing. Subject of this hearing is a request for a annexation. The subject property is identified on the county assessor's map as lot 1800 on map 4N1W8BC. This applicant is James May and Eileen May. The owner is Jason Rolfs and Melissa McDowell. Because quasi-judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we will take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte contact, conflict of interest, or bias in this matter?
No.
Okay, hearing none and one no. Does anyone from the audience object to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision? That includes online. There is no one. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows. Required statements, which I'm making, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, final questions, close of record, deliberations and decision. The following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to the city code and ORS 197.763 subsection 5. The following is a list of the applicable substantive criteria for this decision. St. Helens Municipal Code 17.08.040, 17.28.030, and 17.112.030. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward the applicable substantive criteria as described, or other criteria in the plan, such as the comprehensive plan or land use regulation, such as that found in the development code, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval in this hearing, in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to LUBA, Land Use Appeals, the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue, and precludes an action or damages in circuit court. Okay, so let us begin the hearing, and do we have a staff report?
We do, yes, thank you. All right, so this is the first of 3 annexation public hearings tonight. The first 2 are focused on these properties along Maple Street. You might be familiar with Maple Street. It's the north end of the Millard Road, or the failed hospital property that the city now owns in this kind of purpley color. So the subject property for this hearing is this one where my cursor is. It's about an acre, 1.04 acres. There's a single detached single family dwelling on the property already. And this property owner filed a consent to annex because they wanted to connect to city sewer. There's McNulty Creek, which runs along the south side. And you can kind of see what the 100-year floodplain looks like in this area. With annexations, we look at a lot of different criteria, but a lot of it's not something that requires a decision. But there are a couple things I wanted to point out. The first being, one of the criteria for annexations is that we have adequate public facilities in the area and that there's sufficient capacity to provide services. As you all know, we have a sanitary sewer capacity issue. It's widespread in the city. And so I think it's just important to talk about why we can still annex the property despite that. And you know, first off, the property is connected to McNulty Water. There's no capacity for water. So the dwelling that's on the property had a failed septic and did file this consent to annex and connect to sewer in April of 2022. So it's already connected to sewer. And there are a couple of reasons why staff feels we can annex the property despite having capacity issues. The first is we are actively planning to fix the capacity issues, and there's about a 4-year time frame that city engineering has plans to design and engineer the capacity improvements.
One quick clarification, capacity is fine, conveyance is the problem.
Okay, thanks, Jacob. Yeah.
Yeah, capacity's way over.
We have a giant wastewater treatment plant.
You have a movement problem.
To get there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm using the word capacity because in our grant application, we talk about capacity as the main issue. It's a capacity.
Right.
So the other reason staff feels that we can annex this property and meet this criteria is that this property is unlikely to be further developed in the near future, given that it's already developed with a single family dwelling. It's got natural constraints with the floodplain and the creek. And you know, it's pretty unlikely that the $400,000 house is sacrificial for some type of partition for future development, especially given the 4-year timeframe. And then if they were to somehow demolish the home, apply for a partition, we could subject that partition to a fair share fee and collect a proportional fee for the improvements to the sewer that development would have cost. So that's sewer. The key consideration here, so our comprehensive plan, that's what this spotted looking hatch marking looks like, and it's rural, suburban, unincorporated residential. That's our comprehensive plan zoning, and that allows for 2 different zoning districts upon annexation. One is moderate residential, R7, which is what you see in yellow here. And then the other is not shown, and it's R10. And I have a citywide zoning map that I can show you to kind of give you a larger context here. Colors are loading. Yeah. So hopefully this looks familiar. My cursor, here's the Millard Road property. This is the area where we're considering those 2 annexations, and you can see just to the north, there's R7 zoned property in a subdivision. And then there's also this tiny little sliver here that's also zoned R7. It's a little bit hard. I can zoom in a little bit to be able to see it. So this is R7, and then this property here is also R7. So staff's recommending R7 just to be consistent with the properties to the north. But really, that's kind of the key decision to make tonight. This is a recommendation to City Council. They will hear this in mid-May. But yeah, staff recommends approval. I think we can open it up for.
I remember that people came in and talked about their sewer before
Oh, okay.
a while ago.
Yeah.
Might have been,
They've been on the goat.
yeah,
Yes,
might
sir.
have been forever ago, but I remember them coming in and talking about answers, and this has been years ago.
Oh, okay.
Talking about how we can help them.
The goat property was a different, sorry, Steve, the goat property was a different,
Oh, I thought it was right there.
it was on Furlock.
We'll see that.
We'll see the back
Or sorry, third one.
Are there any conditions we can put on this approval, like until the line is? So these are contiguous properties that we're about to do, and I don't know, they could all decide to sell and come with a plot map or something. Is there a way we could condition on these properties that until the Gable, I think it's a Gable Road, whatever connections are between this area and the final outlet that they cannot come for a partition or a subdivision of the property.
It's,
I feel like it could be challenged. That was my first thought.
I let them challenge it, but I think we should put that condition on it because honestly, you know, it's one thing to connect with 3 houses to the system that's already. Then, you know, these houses, we don't know what the landowners are thinking. They have every right to sell it, put it together and then come back with a plot map and now we're kind of in a whole different ballgame. And so we are, you know, they want to connect to the sewer. You have a house, that's fine. So maybe that's a question for the applicant to see what the applicant's intentions are. But that's something that I certainly like to consider. And it's just until we get the line fixed, which we're working on.
I would think that if they subdivide it, by the time it can get developed, all the permitting and whatnot done and actually get built, you're gonna be close to having the sewer issues taken care of.
Okay,
Seems like we're in debate here.
yeah, that's right. So we're deliberating, but that's a good.
Could you show that big map again
Sure.
and just pull it down a little bit? Just want to see
hold that
the other way.
Oh.
See where the R10s are in relation to the.
Yeah,
R12s.
it's a little hard to see. This is R10. The yellow is really, really similar
Oh, something.
in color. Yeah, so
Not the orange.
no, this is R5.
lighter color is the lower density.
If I zoomed in a little bit more, you'd be able to tell the color difference, but then you couldn't see the citywide look. But yeah, there's R10 here, and then
Stack up during deliberations.
there's a patch of R10 here as well.
Can staff tell us how many square feet these lots are, or, I mean, that might settle it. How big is the
So
parcel?
this property is 45,000 square feet.
Okay,
But like I said, a portion of that is encumbered by floodplain along here. And then you can kind of see the underlying development footprint too, with the house and the garage taking up, you know, a good half of the property.
Now, did I read it correctly to say that the house is already connected
It is.
to the city street?
Yep. As of April 2022,
So R10 is 1 acre long.
10,000 square feet.
Oh, then 40,000 or 45,000.
That's right. Yep.
All right, any other questions for staff? Okay, then I think we go to the applicant's portion of presentation, applicant's presentation, and the applicant, is the applicant here? Okay, no applicants, so then anybody that would like to speak in favor of the application? Anybody that would like to speak neutral to the application? Anybody that would like to speak in opposition to the application? Okay, does the commission have any final questions? Okay, then let's go to deliberations.
If you could pull up that, the big zoning map again.
Just like to look at the zoning.
I just, well, there's a reason.
Yeah, just tell me where you want it to.
So it just feels, well, it'd be nice if the colors were more distinct, but. Feels like we kind of on the center of the west side of the town and these dense lots. And then around them a little bit bigger lots, and then on the outskirts, the bigger zoning. So we're kind of on the outskirts to the south. Feels like that's kind of getting into the R10 outer limits, like other parts of the city. It's just an observation.
I feel the same way, Dan. I was gonna say the same thing.
Any other comments on R10 versus R7? Okay, anybody want to make a motion on this one? Any other conditions or anything else? I've raised one question. I'm not going to bring that up.
Can you just go point out the R10s on there, because we can't tell.
Yeah, it gave me a deja vu. I just wanted to look at it closer. So, you may recall a similar situation, several years ago. This property here. Similar situation where the septic failed, they needed to flush it in.
I'm zooming in so you can see it a little bit better,
Bachelor flat.
right here.
Yeah, thank you, Jenny. So that one, you were faced with a similar question. And that, I guess you wanted me to point out the R10. But that's an example where you did go with the R10, kind of based on that outskirts theory. Well, doesn't mean you have to do it now, but that is an example.
Where's the other one? Where's the other lot?
The other ones that are R10.
No, I see
The
what
subject
you're showing.
property is
The
right,
subject property.
right here. These two,
Okay, and what is the blue is county?
that's public lands.
Yeah, it's zone mixed use now, and this is mixed use as well. It's just, it's a little older.
You know why it has no zoning?
That's in the county.
Yeah. Yep. City limits is colored with zoning.
So could you just circle the R10 stuff?
We got R10 here. You have this weird patch here. This is, you have it here. This is, Comstock, if you recall. That, you have it here. And then you don't have a lot of it on that side of town. The other place you have it is, in this area around Dalton Lake, and then a lot of the, waterfront properties in that area.
Okay, thank you.
There was one group on Sykes Road too, isn't there, Jacob? Off of Sykes?
Yeah, you don't have the benefit of seeing me very easily point.
Okay.
I did point that out. That's good. I'm proud of you for catching that.
You own property down there, Jennifer?
I remember on the Comstock hearing, that we looked at the split there and intentionally, because it seemed like there was other R10 adjacent, that's where we made the split between R7 and R10.
Right here, yeah.
But it's kind of an important question, because you're setting a new pattern. It's across the street.
Yeah.
And setting a pattern, obviously, future commissions will consider the color on the map, just like we are now.
That's just why I'm considering it, because it's kind of that outer limits area where the rural properties are bigger. And then the urban property, or the city property, they're a little bit bigger.
Yeah, and the housing needs analysis is not compelling you to pick one or the other. There's no like definitive finding in there that.
It's good for R7 because it's right next to R7, so it's not like a spot zoning, but we have to do R7 just because it's right next door.
But all the lots on that side of the street are big park-esque lots.
With a creek behind them and
Right,
big
and it's
mature
like, well, your
trees.
neighbors are gonna be like, they moved there for a purpose. And if all of a sudden everybody puts a, eightplex next door, they'd not be happy.
Kind of like the bachelor flat decision you made before. That was how we discussed that.
Okay, does anybody want to have any further discussion, R10 versus R7? And then anybody else want to add the conditions about no subdivision until the sewer line? So the
Well, if we make the recommendation that it's R10, that takes care of any other. thing. Right? If we make the recommendation that it's R10.
Yeah,
then
that's
you don't
the,
have to worry.
for related to the future land division. It is big enough to support additional lots either way.
It's like just trying to, the more hurdles they'd have to go over, it would slow them down,
Yeah.
make it less desirable.
That is true.
Hopefully hold it to the perfect setting that it is. At least for a while.
only be until the trunk line was completed, then they could. It certainly would ease the decision-making process if we were presented with a subdivision request.
But if they go for a partition, they'd have to participate in the fee, correct? So, which is what we've done on the other, I have huge concerns about the sewer issue and, but in the past, what we've been doing is they pay their fee and move on with it. Why is this different?
And I think the moratorium statute says, and I can run my office and look if you want, but I believe it says, if a city has a pattern of delaying or prohibiting development, then that's when it becomes a de facto moratorium. And so that could potentially be construed as a delay, although the probability of them wanting to partition within that amount of time, I think it's low. But that's one thought I have.
Okay, does anybody want to make a motion?
Motion to approve annexation as documented with R10.
Second.
Second, so it's motions to approve the annexation with an R10 zoning as recommended by staff. Am I correct there? Is that correct? Okay, and then any discussion on this? Okay, then all in favor?
I,
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So then. So I need to read something more. The final written decision of,
Because it's going to council.
oh,
Yeah.
all right.
Thank you.
All right, then. We're gonna call then the annexation of 35082 Maple Street, the Jenkins annexation. It is now 6:31 PM and the public hearing is now open. This is a quasi judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for an annexation. The subject property is identified on the county assessor's map as lot 1900 on map 4 and is in the W 8B Boy C. The applicant is Travis Jenkins. The owner is Travis Jenkins. Because quasi judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we will take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte contact, conflict of interest, or bias in this matter? Not hearing any, and so there are none. Does anyone from the audience object to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision? There's no objections. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows. Required statements, which I'm making, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, final questions, close of the record, deliberations and decision. The following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to City Code and ORS 197.7635. A, the following is a list of the applicable substantive criteria for this decision. St. Helens Municipal Code 17.08.040, 17.28.030, and 17.112.030. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward the applicable substantive criteria as described or other criteria in the plan, such as the comprehensive plan or land use regulation, such as that found in the development code, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval in this hearing, in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to this issue, precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals, on that issue, and precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Does staff have a report on this?
You do, thank you.
It's what you do the report. I noticed in the last hearing, the photos, at least the labeling of the photos is for the opposite property.
Oh,
I'm not sure,
thank you,
I'm
Dan.
not sure which house is which property is which.
See, no, this seems, oh, I see the caption has the wrong,
Caption wrong?
it's the caption, the photos are correct. Yeah, it's the caption with the wrong, thank you, Dan. I'll make that correction for council, thanks.
We want to make sure we're not annexing. For legal record, we want to make sure.
Oh, yeah, no, it's just the caption. So this property is directly adjacent to the property we just looked at, so it is 35082 Maple Street. This property owner also filed a consent to annex because they want to connect to sewer. It's similar in size, it's 1.1 acres or 51,400 square feet. It also has a detached single-family dwelling. But in the county, they filed a building permit to build a second new detached single-family dwelling, and that is currently under construction, which you can see in the photos on the first page of the staff report. So they're building a new manufactured home right in front of their previous home.
It's a stick built home.
Oh, it is.
In
Oh,
addition
okay.
to or instead of.
In addition to. Yeah.
Just know people sometimes build a home while they live in the manufactured, home, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I think the county has rules that it can be used, the old second home can be used for storage after the new one is built. I think that's what their rules,
So it won't be 2 addresses.
no,
But
they're not partitioning the property. It's 2 homes on a lot.
And we're allowing 2 home sewer hookups, is that what they have? Are they hooked up already?
So as part of their county permit, their condition of approval was that they connect to sewer. So the previous home was on septic.
Okay,
In order to build the second home, they had to file a consent to annex to connect.
all right, so they're gonna be doing 2 connections.
I don't think the other one will be connected.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they, at least they haven't filed for a permit to connect the other one.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was just trying to see what we're doing if we're talking about, we use the lieu of and connections.
Sure. So just like the other one, McNulty Creek is behind it. One difference here is that more of the property is encumbered by that 100-year floodplain. You can see the line here, so it's a little bit lower in elevation in the back.
Here's a crazy question, how far apart are those houses? I mean, half the lot's covered with one zone. So you can't really tell.
Between here.
No, I mean, if they're building 2 houses. side by side.
Oh, the new house is kind of in the front here that you can see on the photos.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm sure they met a front setback requirement, but yeah, we didn't review the site plan because it was permitted with the county.
well, this is where it kind of gets all weird, but it's like the. What was done where and whether it adheres to our rules or their rules.
Yeah.
So,
It's layered, layered.
Not hooked up yet.
The new house will have to be hooked up.
It's not been hooked up yet.
It has not currently yet. And last I went out, gosh, when was this? Probably 2 months ago. It looked like just the footings had been poured, but it hadn't been framed yet.
It's framed or it's turned in.
Oh, okay. You must live out there.
So, yeah, I drive by.
Yeah, okay. That was in process. So with annexations, we always send out referral comments. The county did comment on this one. The roads department said that they have an active access permit for the property. And I've attached that to the staff report. The applicant has to complete all the required access improvements. And meet City of St. Helens standards to obtain final sign off for their access off of Maple. So there's some paving requirements that the county is requiring for that new home. So similar to the other annexation, we have to look at sufficient capacity. This property is also connected to McNulty Water, and McNulty Water is going to serve the new dwelling as well. Access to sewer, then Maple Street. And like I said, as part of the approval, the county's requiring that that new dwelling that's under construction be connected. I think the difference in this case, you know, it's the same process. It's the same trunk lines that are deficient in conveyance. The difference here is that I think even less of the property is developable, you know, with more of the property encumbered. And then also, you know, you've got the existing house here, the new house here. There's just very limited area for this to be redeveloped in the future. So I think there's a similar low risk here.
If that structure were to be built under the city rules, trying to kind of follow up on what Jenny was saying. Or I mean, how far apart are they? Do they follow our rules? If it was an ADU, for example, what would be the distance between them? And then the property can, good size to have 2 dwellings on it.
Yeah, so we do have an interior setback requirements between structures. I think Jacob's slipping to it faster than I can. I think in R7, it's 7 foot, if I remember right, and R10 might be 10. But he's gonna, that was my,
R10 is 10.
see if I'm right.
So,
I think it's 6.
Yeah, she's right.
So it's 7. Between structures.
And that's And for R7.
Yes, yeah, for R10, it would have been 10. But we can't retroactively, they've gotten their building permits under
Right.
construction.
They're just in that limbo land where. Wanna be careful.
So same zoning considerations here. I kind of know the route that you guys want to go down, so there's not a whole lot else to talk about. That's all I have.
Is there anybody here for the applicant to? Anybody in opposition? Anybody neutral? In the wrong order, but nobody's here anyway, so. Any other questions, final questions, staff? Then deliberation.
And given that we vetted the one next door, I think that's more of the thing. I would move that we approve staff's recommendation with the change of R10.
Just before we. vote on it, looks like
Talk
about,
about that.
looks like about half of the properties, and it says 5,100, so like. It's maybe 25,000
Right.
left. Split it in half, and there'd be 210 R10 lots. Pretty big enough. Buildable. Yeah, I just wanted to think that out a little bit.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table.
Second.
And then, so the motion is to approve the annexation of R10 zoning. As recommended by staff, and any further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And then because this is a recommendation, we don't have to do all the closing stuff.
Hearing's closed.
Same one on this one too, same recommendation council on this one, all right. It is now 6:42 PM. And the public hearing is open, and we are calling a public hearing on the annexation of 58927 Burlock Park Street. The Loveland application. This is a quasi judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for the annexation. Subject property is identified on the county assessor's map as lot 2000 on map 4N1WEB. The applicant is Tony and Robert Loveland, and the owner is Tony and Robert Loveland. Because quasi judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we will take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte contact, conflict of interest, or bias in this matter? Hearing none. Does anyone from the audience object to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision? Hearing none. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows. Required statements, which I'm making, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by the applicant, final questions, close the record, deliberations and decision. Following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to city code and OR 197.763 subsection 5. Following is a list of the applicable substantive criteria for this decision. St. Helens Municipal Code 17.08.040, 17.28.030, and 17.112.030. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward the applicable substantive criteria as described or other criteria in the plan, such as the comprehensive plan or land use regulation, such as that found in the development code, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval in this hearing, in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals, on that issue, and precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Do we have staff report?
We do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so we're in a slightly different area on this one. So we're on 58927 Burlock Park Street. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit here. So here's Gable, Columbia Boulevard. There's new sidewalks along here. Turn left, go down Furlock Park, and here's our subject property. So this property owner, Tony and Robert Loveland, they filed an annexation because of two reasons. One, they want to connect to city's sewer in the future. And two, they want to use our development rules. And I believe we have our applicant here in this case on Zoom. And so when we get to that part, maybe they can talk a little bit about their reasoning. This property is much smaller than the other two we looked at. It's only 25 or 24 and a quarter square feet, about 0.56 acres, so much less than an acre. It's also got an existing detached single-family dwelling. You can see it here underlying on the aerial here. There's also two existing accessory structures. One of them is a garage that you can see right here. This parcel slopes pretty steeply to the back. The North Fork of the McNulty Creek is right here, along the west property line. So this property is already connected to city water. It's currently served by a septic system. Although there is sanitary sewer in Furlock Park Street, that could serve the property in the future. Columbia County Roads Department said that they don't have any concerns in the future. If this property goes through any development that requires a building permit, they would need to obtain an access permit through the County Public Works Department. The comprehensive plan zoning is different in this case. It is unincorporated multifamily residential, or UMFR for short. And that's what this little stipling represents here. So all of this is unincorporated multifamily residential. And on the zoning, it abuts AR to the north and east. And then R7, there's a subdivision to the west. So in this case, there is no zoning decision. It's kind of predestined by our comprehensive plan that this property become apartment residential. So there's not really a question here. We do still have the same sewer issues. Conveyance is an issue in this area. You know, we have the same boilerplate things to say. We're working on it. We have a 4-year time frame. It's pretty unlikely that we would see a land use permit application for this property, given the existing house and the footprint of those accessory structures. You know, there's also the natural constraints that you can see with the McNulty Creek in the back. This property does not have floodplain considerations, but it does have upland protection zone considerations from that riparian area in the back. So I don't think that there's a lot of risk, but if they ever did do a land use application, we could apply the fee. I don't really have anything else. It's kind of just a, hey, this is.
About frontage improvement.
So they're not currently there. If it were the subject of a land use partition, for example, or a site development review, we could get frontage improvements out of them, but just simply an annexation, there's no proportionality for them.
Jenny, is Dogwood Lane improved? Sorry, Jenny, is Dogwood Lane an improved street, the one that abuts it in the back?
Oh, on the left of the property, the
Okay.
west,
Back here.
That, yeah,
no. It's some weird right of way thing.
okay.
Oh, that little notch out in the property here, yeah.
Thank you.
What's the setback from that creek?
I think it has a 50-foot length, but I'd have to double check. It could be 75. Yeah, it's a fish bearing stream.
Yes, it's not essential sound habitat.
All that it has right away, that was examiner essential.
I just know that from permitting for Columbia Boulevard's culvert. That is considered.
I think it's 50.
Yeah. There's passable culverts. I'm just gonna ask if you could go down without that 59, 58.
This one?
Yeah, is that the one we annexed before,
That
years
was,
ago?
that was somewhat recently annexed, yes.
And I
And
think this one on the corner,
that one too, but
Yeah.
initially we did the one across the street.
Joe Kessie was here for that.
Yeah, it was at the time, there was a real capacity problem. Sewer is the same capacity problem here, or is it different?
so this.
Was there a different problem then?
So I'm not gonna get the location exact, but the
Mhm.
sanitary sewer main stops at around this
Yeah.
property,
Yes,
so
I see,
this,
south is worse.
yeah, so there is no public sewer that fronts. These properties further south.
Yeah,
Oh, that was a step system
So-
request.
yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. There was something weird there.
I think there's a sand filter system or
That'd be
septic.
step
Well,
pumping or something.
on that corner lot, yes, there is a septic system there. Yeah, because the people have lamented about how much space it takes up.
Yeah,
But I think that one on the west side of the street, because it was an existing house. That's what I remember it being,
Yeah.
one of those step requests.
They didn't like it very much, public works. So, so this one, the subsequent one would tap into sewer that would go towards Gable Road.
Mhm.
It's
it's a different, yeah.
it's not too far downhill
Yeah.
to work. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah, they've been in conversations with city engineering about that.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff at this time? All right, then, could we have the applicant's presentation?
Yeah, Robert Loveland, are you there?
It should be. I'm Tony.
Oh, hi, Tony.
Tony? Into the planning commission.
I just want to say, my brother and I, we recently purchased the house. And we had the septic system checked and we've been told that it's would soon be in need of replacement. And so we would prefer to hook up to the city sewer system instead of replacing the system. Our backyard is that includes a portion of the creek. And I think it would be better not to have a septic system out there. That's one issue. And then Bob could talk to the other. I live here and in the current existing home. And we have been considering building a second unit. That would be approximately 800 square feet, with just one bathroom. There'll be 2 bathrooms on the site. That's it, just the one that's now in the existing home and then
So. Okay. Any questions, Leah? Okay, and then you said your husband wants to talk?
my brother,
Your brother, I'm sorry.
if he does, he's on Zoom.
Robert, you should be able to unmute.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me?
We can, yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. So I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. Yeah, she's kind of covered the general plan that we have. We have no intention to split or the lot or develop it any more than to put in a roughly, as she had said, about 800 square foot habitable structure there.
How close do you think that structure might be to this current structure?
Yeah, it would be, what I think is going to happen is the garage, the detached garage would be coming closer in alignment with the existing frontage of the home. So I want to pull that forward and then put the unit, detached behind the garage.
If you come into the city, I think if it would go R7, it'll have to be 7 feet away. If we go R10, it'll have to be 10 feet away, right? Am I
It has to
wrong?
be zone apartment residential.
Oh, this is AR? Oh, okay.
Yep.
Never mind.
You don't have no choice in this
Yeah,
case, there's
yeah.
just one zoning on
But
it.
it would automatically with the ADUs. They automatically could put another unit on there, couldn't they?
Yeah.
That doesn't require a land use permit.
Right, it's,
6 foot separation in this case.
6 foot.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant?
No.
All right,
Thank you, Robert.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't go away. There may be some opposition, then you guys get a chance to rebut, so.
No problem. I'll be here.
Anybody who is neutral on the application? Anybody in opposition to the application? Okay, then. You're, stick around just in case we have some more questions during deliberation. So, does the commission have any final questions? Okay, then, of the applicant. No, any other questions of staff?
I just had a quick question of what you can do in an apartment residential, what can you build there besides apartments?
Like commercial,
Not residences, so.
just residential,
Well, it's your full gamut.
yeah,
So you got everything.
all types,
Okay, duplexes,
attached row
Yeah.
homes.
Except for a manufactured home park
okay,
or RV park,
just clarifying, thanks.
Yeah.
wouldn't fit anyways.
Okay, deliberations. Hearing, then, does anybody want to make a motion? Please,
move we approve to go with the staff's recommendations.
Second,
any discussion? Hearing none, favor?
I,
pretty easy one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is architectural review for 71 Cowlitz Street, the Klondike Tavern, the famous Klondike. And so I guess, do we have a staff report on this?
We do,
Thank you.
yeah, and I'll be quick since we've got our applicant here and most of the questions can be directed at you. Great, so we are looking at the Klondike for architectural review for a couple of different exterior modifications. The main one being a new 682 square foot covered porch addition. So this is the existing footprint of the Klondike. Just for orientation, this is Cowlitz, where my cursor is. And then this is South First Street along the side here. So when you enter the Klondike, you come in on Cowlitz, you go up in this little vestibule, I think you call it, and then you're in the restaurant. This is what their proposed addition area will be. So it kind of creates the square, it rounds off the shape of the L that it's got today. So this is the 682 square foot porch addition that they'd like. And then underneath, they will be excavating out, so it'll also be a basement addition that they're proposing to be used currently for storage. In the future, there may be other things happening in there. One of the reasons for the excavation work is because they're trying to do some foundational improvements to the footings that the Klondike stops settling. And so while they're in there doing that work, they might as well dig out and have this additional basement area underneath this porch addition. A couple of the other exterior changes include an ADA lift. I think the building official has required for any increase in footprint of the restaurant, which is considered an increase, they have to do some ADA accommodations. And so this is where that lift will go. I think Holcomb has done a good job kind of tucking it behind the existing vestibule, so it's not super visible from Cowlitz. And then the other modifications include a couple of new doors. So one new double door here that would lead from the new porch addition into the restaurant. Another single door kind of into that vestibule area from the porch addition. And then a new double door into the basement that he's creating, the new basement addition. So I think this elevation shows it very well. So here's what the new porch addition would look like from First Street. So you can see this is the existing entrance. Here's the new basement door. Here's the new double door into the restaurant. And then there's these photos on here are scanned, so they don't look amazing, but he is proposing to match the exterior siding. You can kind of see there's vertical siding here. He's proposing to match that vertical siding along the entire railing of the new porch addition. And then I think another important thing is that he's matching us with a similar roof line as the existing structure, which our architectural guidelines support. He's proposing using the same roof shingles as the existing roof, and obviously paint color to match. There's an image of what that ADA lift looks like on this page. One of the things that he states in his narrative is that he will paint the exterior facing gate to match the color of the siding. But that's not really indicated in the plans, and so I just want to make sure that any plans submitted with the building permit include that stipulation. So that there's not any bright unfinished metal. The guidelines really discourage the use of unfinished metal. Here's an example of the doors. So 3/4 light wood doors with a toe kick, which is what our guidelines like to see. So these doors are in line with our guidelines. And then the other kind of red text item in this memo is about lighting. So Holcomb had proposed a gooseneck style light in this new basement stairwell to light the stairs. But that's not really indicated in the plans, and so just making sure that revisions with the building permit include that lighting.
Call it a porch, is it enclosed? Or is that open air?
It's open air, but it's covered, and it's got the railing that comes up.
All right, I wasn't sure, because it's like, is there glass there, is there screens there? And does the entrance stay in the same place?
Yes, the main lobby entrance is not touched at all.
And so the exterior stairs will not be changed at all?
That's right. Yeah, they're adding a stair down to the basement that you can see kind of here.
Okay. Do those stairs up that entrance, do they meet current code?
That I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been with, and I've been a person that's had access issues there. And I just wonder if the steps meet current code as far as depth and pitch.
But there will be an additional stairs on the backside.
That's what I was gonna ask about.
Yeah, I don't know about the timing of those additional stairs. I think they're shown as future along the other side of the building.
No, they're part of it.
They are, these ones over here. Okay, so there is a new staircase up. I think this is the future that I was thinking of. He's dashed.
Is that the fire escape for future?
Yeah,
That's what it looks like.
yeah, that's the future fire escape.
Like fire egress.
So other than the couple of revisions I wanted to see, I didn't really have any other comments. I think it's really consistent with the guidelines overall. And I would
Are
ask,
there specifics about the type of railing he can use, or is it pretty open?
he details the railing in his narrative. I can't remember, but maybe Holcomb can talk about the railing.
Yeah, because there's no railing anywhere else on the building too, for example, so that's what I wondered.
Got it. Do you guys want me to just here? Not Holcomb.
Is that your name, Holcomb?
Holcomb, yeah.
Okay.
Waller.
When you say railing, are you talking about? Are you talking about a graspable handrail, or are you
No, I'm
talking
talking
about?
about what is enclosing the porch, that big, that's gonna be huge visually.
Yeah. So it's not so much a railing as it is a low wall.
Oh, okay, so it'll be solid.
It'll be solid, and there's a reason for that, which is that there's banquette seating sort of backing up against it.
Oh, okay,
And if it were a railing, we couldn't do that.
people's parts would fly through the holes.
Yeah. We'd be looking at their backs, and the banquette seating gives the restaurant just an entirely different level of accommodation for large parties. Because you can do 2 tops or 20 tops.
So is there, this is just me being way OCD, but, just because it's a historic building.
Yeah.
And just thinking about, knee walls, pony walls, whatever you wanna call them. It still needs to be ornamented in some way that looks appropriate for the era. So I didn't know how that happens.
Well, we were proposing what you see there, which is that we would carry the vertical wood siding all the way across that whole thing with a piece of, it's basically a 1x6 trim that kind of goes along the top and then a sort of what you call the water line. Which is just that line, which is kind of where the ground is. And
It
it would
looks
be
like
solid.
it's in an old house.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, there was some discussion about differentiating it, but it just seemed like it introduced a new element and the whole building is sort of wrapped in this vertical siding. So we just thought, let's just be consistent with the vertical siding because it's just there.
Okay, I just wanna make sure it's not 1 by stock and 4x4 posts going across there.
No, and the posts are actually gonna be turned posts,
Oh, okay.
that look like that. Which
Are you
is
there,
actually,
Jennifer?
I was gonna mention the turn post during deliberation.
Okay, I was just making sure we're,
Well,
keep an eye on.
this is a little less formal, Jennifer,
Okay.
so if you wanna, it's, we don't have a script that we're following for these. It's
Okay.
just like a recommendation.
Oh, I think he's done a fantastic job. And one interesting nerdy fact that you might like to know is in this era, those turn posts that you'll see them in early houses all over town, they came out of the Wickstrom Mill. So they're very in keeping with what could have been there. And so I think they're fantastic.
yeah, that is the exit, that's a picture from inside on the 3rd floor. It's,
Yeah, so that probably was
existing
from the Wickstrom Mill.
yeah.
Those posts will go here, is that right?
So those, yeah, they're drawn, just they look kind of like square posts on the plan, but those posts would be, the intention is to make them turn posts. And we would match that style, we would basically kind of recreate that style.
And so, similarly related, I guess, for lighting conversation, is historically there's been outdoor seating there. Are you gonna continue doing outdoor seating,
Yeah, I think one of the benefits of this.
like patio?
Oh, yeah, the patio is still there. And what this does is it connects the restaurant to the patio for the first
Not
time.
an afterthought.
So you don't have to exit the building onto the sidewalk and then re-enter the property to serve people. Yeah, it's really turned its back to the patio.
Now, is this gonna create, is there gonna be some kind of amendment that will help service? Because I can imagine packing all the food out and packing it all back is there, I know you have a people lift, but is it gonna be easier for wait staff to get in and out of the building?
Yeah, well, that's what you see there on the right, that stairway,
Sorry, that's the existing.
that's the existing entrance. And then here,
Oh, that's just a cool rendering. Anyone wants to see that? That's the last page.
so,
I'm going to the new site plan here.
oh, yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, at the top, though, you'll see that, so you see where the kitchen is, and so now that new little double door, we would actually create a partition in the bar and we'd shift it over like that and creating a passageway, and then the service would go from the kitchen through that door to the porch, and if they wanted to continue down to the patio, they would go down the stairs to the
That
patio.
way for line of sight kind of thing.
Yeah, and it also. Yeah, and probably what you see like along that wall we'd probably put some furniture that would act like a service station for the patio.
Super.
So yeah, the idea is to connect the patio to the restaurant while also creating a rain covered porch addition on the restaurant level, and then there's the ADA lift up to that porch. And so folks who can't navigate the stairs or have a walker or a wheelchair, they can go onto the lift and in the new door.
You can get into the main restaurant on the lift.
That's right.
Yeah, you can go here or you can go through here.
That's right. You instead of going up the stairs, you'd go past them to the lift, up the lift, onto the porch and into that door.
I think it looks great. That's my opinion.
You go back to the elevation.
Sure.
I like that the lift is tucked behind and not such a prominent feature.
One of the elevations.
Yeah,
The fancy
sorry.
one or the that one, next one.
This one?
I was just gonna ask, you know, late in the day, you have the bluff, I guess, blocking the sun. Are you likely gonna have shades or wind guards or anything coming down from the ceiling, from the roof in that open space, or just,
I mean, certainly possible. I
don't know how it's gonna be
didn't,
to make it friendly for people when they're out there and they get rain and sideways on them or
yeah,
sun or something.
I do feel like that, yeah, we would be exploring what are the options to sort of faux enclose, like PVC curtain or something, or whatever people use to kind of add a layer of protection in our kind of transitional seasons.
Let's make sure that was in keeping with the standard.
Overhang.
Yeah, what's overhang?
Might be on the side profile here.
Good question.
You want
Looks like
a little bit longer overhang.
It does look quite short. I actually don't specifically know. We could define one that,
Like I have an eighties house that has about a 3 foot overhang and you can get out of the weather. If it's really short, then it's kind of like you're outside.
yeah,
But you'll be seated both along the short wall and along the restaurant wall.
mhm,
So, and just, I mean, even since COVID, so many people are doing semi outside, that there's always sun seating and non-sun seating.
yeah,
And there's always the windy seating and the less windy seating.
yeah,
So I mean, depending on who you are, you sit where you
Yeah.
guys your comfort allows.
yeah. I do think a larger overhang might be nice.
What do the architectural standards say, if anything, in this district about like, you know, a fabric, with you know, I could see it being enclosed in the wintertime when, you know, people, you know, if he's got a lot of customers.
Yeah,
People may want to eat outside with the heat lamp, and then, so if we have some kind of canvas with, polyurethane, so it's clear or something, is there any standards on that existing?
Not that I'm aware of. It talks about awnings. You know, there's a whole section on awnings, but I don't think of, I can't think of anything.
Yeah, that'd be like having standards for blinds or curtains.
Yeah,
Right.
it kind of seem like
Right.
drapes, yeah.
Okay, so.
Something period correct. Awning like material or something.
I think no one in this room more than Holcomb wants it to look nice.
Yeah.
I don't know.
the guy.
This-
Civil War era looking canvas.
yeah.
Make it look like canvas, yeah.
You know, we're trying to get a phase that's sort of economically executable with the amount of money we have left from the grant plus my contribution after doing the roof and roof hatch, which we just completed. And we are trying to do sort of seismic forward-looking reinforcement of the foundations with footings to stop the building from sinking any further. And also to give it the design value required for the future seismic reinforcement, which would include uplift and high downs and things like that. And so we've kind of tried to make it as simple as possible in a sense, but I do think down the road, we might be back here with a remodel revision that would add the ability to, for example, have, you know, period correct windows or something that can go in like an indo or something that like they could go in and out seasonally or something like that would, I think, be the ideal solution. If we wanted to use it.
In the interim, there could be a roll up something.
A roll up would be sort of like we do for now, and it's kind of like so seasonal here. We just don't need the extra seating in the winter. We just, you know, if we can fill our restaurant between November and the end of February, it's like amazing.
Well, a little heater. People along the wall could be like,
Yeah,
that want more space, or they got, you know, sensory kids or something, and they're like, we need to be away from people, would have that.
totally.
Just get a longer overhang if it's not that much more costly.
Yeah,
Use some interim protection without having to do anything.
absolutely. I mean, I love the big overhang for all the reasons you said. I just literally had never thought of the overhang.
Recommendation to council, where does it go from here?
So he'll submit a building permit and I'll incorporate your recommendations. So you're making a recommendation to me.
Okay, well, sounds like we want to give him the option, if he wants a bigger overhang for people, he can have it That's it. That sounds like Dan's suggestion.
Yeah, I think giving him the flexibility to pursue it is.
Keep it with this, with the guidelines.
Yeah,
Well, it might change the pitch of the, they're trying to meet the constraints of the pitch of the roof being the same and avoiding that window that's just above the.
that's the right, yeah.
But you're on the, you're more than a story above the ground. I mean, that's way up there.
Yeah, it's like a half story kind of, the site has a pitch to it, it's.
The front stairs seem really high.
Yeah,
Historically, there would have been another building, the old Opera House would have been sitting there. You see it in the bottom picture. You wouldn't have seen any of this, so.
yeah,
Who cares so much about how it, it looks? I'm,
Overhang would just, if you kept the same pitch, would just get, it would narrow your opening a little bit, it would
Yeah.
go farther down.
You'll have to look at it and see what
Yeah.
works.
yeah. You can see how the constraints are that the porch is going right under the trim of the window line.
Yeah.
Um,
Going higher.
and one of the things that the Secretary of Interior says is they don't want additions. I mean, it's best case scenario if the additions, you can't see them from, let's say, Cowlitz Street. So without the big overhang, I think you're not going to see a line and it's hidden by the entrance, but I don't think that the overhang should be so too big.
Can we see the drawing?
That's true.
The picture at the bottom. No, the one with the bushes.
The pretty
oh, the rendering on the next
Oh, sure.
page. It's a little inaccurate in a sense, because you wouldn't actually see that much of the building from this vantage, but. Yeah, that's a good depiction of it in the sense that you can kind of,
The building.
Mhm.
It's the spirit of the
yeah,
idea,
The entrance has a wall there, so you can't see through the wall,
right?
like it looks like you can there.
When all the.
well, yeah, this rendering sort of, this shows an intention with that entry vestibule we have of eventually making it sort of a matching open air porch.
Okay.
But that's not a part of this phase right now.
So it would look more coordinating.
Yeah.
You have the lift right
And part of that is that then that door would actually be the front door of the hotel. This is something down the road. The idea is that that is the front door of the hotel. And this is not in this proposal, but that you would go up onto a porch and you would go into the hotel lobby, which we would restore by removing the wall that currently is actually blocking the existing baluster stairway that used to just go into that room. And then they removed the wall between the office and the dining room, and we would restore that wall so that now you have the lobby. It was the hotel office, and then you have a stairway coming out of it. They just sort of closed their back on the upstairs by walling it off with a temporary wall. And then they removed the wall to open the office to the dining room. And we would be sort of restoring that.
Back.
And we would be adding this other entrance in the back, but at the mid block for the restaurant. So you could go in the lobby and enter the restaurant, but you could also go in the restaurant entrance. Which, there used to be a restaurant entrance between those two big windows that I think was added. And then subsequently removed.
Okay.
So there've been a lot of sort of funny changes with where's the entrance to the restaurant, and we're gonna do it again
Super.
in the future. But for now, it'll be that'll be the restaurant entrance until the hotel opens, essentially.
And the
Because,
hotel opening is how far out?
well,
Don't ask me.
it would require, it's gonna require a full seismic retrofit, full ADA accessibility, which would be your tower.
Oh, wow.
And it would require, and this plans, I can show you what those plans are and how this is a phase that is reverse engineered from those plans. And then that fire egress stair you saw, as well as the sprinkler system.
So not before Halloween.
No, so, and that, all of that's just the price of admission to then choose your wallpaper, or like redo the floors. So all the fun stuff. So that's very far out, I'd say.
I guess it could be before Halloween, depending on what year.
It's not like it wouldn't be possible to do it for Halloween of 24, but it's super unlikely. I am trying to create the preconditions here to have investors come together. I'm trying to find the types of funding that would provide the construction loan that would be of the scale to do the entire project. I just don't know what the time frame for that is. I'm trying to kind of improve the economic potential of the restaurant improve the aesthetic appeal of the building
It's
on
over.
the street. And then,
It's overdue.
yeah, and then demonstrate its value a little bit and sort of start the ball rolling, but so I don't have a time frame on the restaurant. This, it just, we have to go from you all, and then we have to go into building and permitting. We're also, there's some other things to consider. Jenny had mentioned we're gonna be decommissioning a trash area that's non-conforming at the city's request and relocating it to the alley where the Muckle building has their trash facing it as well. Because of summer season, because of Halloween Town, we just don't know if we even have approval by the midsummer point. I'm sure there's gonna be a process. We are proposing engineering on the foundation level, so there's gonna be a process. I just don't know how long that's gonna take.
Super.
But I'm hoping that the grant cycle has to get it done by.
I'm gonna speak to that.
Sure, it's gonna happen within the next year and a half.
Aaron Salisbury, about state your name.
I'm Erin Salisbury. I am currently the vice president for the St. Helens Main Street Alliance. I'm also, I think I'm technically the grant manager for St. Helens Main Street Alliance so that we have some continuity about who's kind of interacting with Holcomb and any future Oregon Main Street revitalization grants. I was the president last year when we submitted the grant before we hired Amara, who's our executive director. So been pretty involved in this. And indeed, we do have a clock ticking for the $200,000 Oregon Main Street revitalization grant that we've got awarded for this building. And it is a reimbursement grant. So Holcomb's got to spend money in sections before I can give him money to replace it. And part of what, I know Jennifer knows very well, but just kind of wanted to reiterate that this grant, while we've had some flexibility to change what the scope, because we have had to pivot a little bit on this project about how are we going to make it work, as we learned a lot more about what the seismic issues were and the settling on the building. And trying to restructure it. We have guidelines about the kind of work that's got to be done. So he can't, even with the requirements that all of you are going to put on it, I'm not going to pay him. I can't submit it to Oregon Main Street if we're out of compliance with the restoration standards that they've got. So, but we are trying to get it in place. We've got, I think, until April of 24.
Yeah.
So,
Quite a bit of time.
which is quite a bit of time, but also like we've got to be doing this part now because we do have to get building permits and it's going to be a busy winter.
Yeah.
So I just wanted, and thank you for making sure I was going to be here. The St. Helens Main Street Alliance is 100% behind this project for obvious reasons. Holcomb is a fantastic partner to work with, and I think we just so believe in the big vision. But we also know we've got to get this part taken care of so that we can get to that bigger project and so that we can all see the benefit in our downtown.
Yeah. I think when people see this and the patio, I think it's gonna be quite,
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be quite
Yeah.
something, just in terms of the curb appeal of the building, the visual functionality, but also just the functionality,
I'm excited.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, to sit on that porch and then have people sitting on the patio and have service staff coming in and out without leaving the property is gonna be like a real,
It finishes the corner.
it does, I think.
Finishes the corner.
And I think part of what you're all seeing here too is that there's a lot of thought and there's not, we're not looking at cutting corners just because we're trying to get it done, just because, this is a huge project.
A couple of other of the projects that they've done on grants, there's been opportunity for in-kind and opportunities for fundraising. Will that come as part of this project?
Yeah, I mean, yes, and it's been, I've been, as part of the kind of investigation into the possibilities of financing, there's a lot of people have a lot of ideas about things we could do in the community. And how people could participate, but I throw in any ideas.
But yes, I mean, the $200,000 grant between the road and this portion, we're gonna be done with that money.
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, this will blow that out of the water and
You
Drop in
know,
the bucket.
yeah,
Drop in the bucket.
yeah, indeed. So and then we're gonna get really creative about how to get the rest of the vision executed.
yeah,
So he's kind of stuck with me on
Do you have
this.
a PR department helper?
I don't at the moment. I mean, we have we have somebody helping with some of our social media, but we don't. You mean for the project?
Yeah, just, cause this is a lot of steps
Yeah.
between today and your dream. Is a
Yeah.
lot of steps.
Yeah. So,
That's what I meant.
I mean, and one thing that I've hoped to do is to propose corner signage. It's not something that's happened yet that could in the short term be sort of public information on site about like, here's how the building looked, here's what it's going to look like,
Because I was part of some of this plan with the city for the last 12 years.
Yeah,
Even just that on a banner,
right, exactly.
with here's the dream kind of thing.
Yeah.
Gets people talking.
That's exactly what I'm thinking about, and to actually formalize it and maybe make it a part of a future signage. And there's a signage question. Our building, the pub has this great street corner presence, window presence, and ours is a little setback, right? And what I would love is, I don't know if you've been to Kennedy School, but Kennedy School has a great corner sign that says Kennedy School, and it's like a historic looking wooden sign, and it's carved.
And it's lit.
And it's lit, and I feel like we could have something like that on the corner, and so it's something that I've been thinking about as in the short term, it could also serve to be a place where people could literally walk up and see like this rendering and some historic information about
More
the building.
inviting than the current building is.
Yeah, signage is a bummer with the building as it stands, and a part of that's like, well, we're set back, and where should the sign be, and also like eventually that's gonna be the hotel entrance, so I don't wanna like go crazy with like some new sign, but we do, yeah.
Get there.
Yeah, there is a historic sign that existed on this building that said the St. Helens Hotel, which I would like to recreate. And then you can kind of see what behind that tree, you see Klondike, that's this idea of a vertical neon sign that would be the eventual tavern entrance, the restaurant entrance. So we'd have the hotel and the tavern, and it would possibly be called the Klondike Hotel and Tavern. But
But we'll get there.
but yeah, and so there's a few ideas in the works, and yeah, the public kind of story is really important.
We don't get good news very often, so I was happy to hear a little more.
Well, I can't believe the response to just the roof work, honestly. We did some social posts about the roof, and our business light went up 50%.
Well, because the building was dark for a while,
Yeah,
and that has, boys get concerned when the building goes dark.
yeah. And we've been a little concerned about how's construction gonna be, but then I realized, no, we're gonna like be posting stories about construction and showing everyone what's happening, and I think people will come in just to check it out.
Yeah.
People came in just to see the new roof. Like people said, I saw you were putting new roof on, so I wanted to come down and see what was going on. So I think like, yeah, it's
And it's a tall building, so you can't really see the roof.
yeah, yeah. That looks nice though, the new
Yeah,
roof.
look nice.
Is it a?
Okay, let's let him make their decision.
Yeah, so.
Just detailed question. Oh, the new basement door,
Mhm.
look at the rendering, it looks like, is it gonna be a little half wall so you don't see the door, or you can see the top of the door, or?
Yeah, there would need to be,
No,
yeah, I don't think it's very well
the
drawn.
drawing looks like there's a little wall,
There would have to be,
wall, so people won't fall in there, but
yeah,
is it high enough that it looks like part of the siding? Porch, and you don't even see the door?
yeah, I think I say in the written plan, that it would probably be what we would probably do is that would be a concrete retaining wall that would simply go up high enough to form a barrier around that entrance. I know that's not like a material that we think, oh, we really want concrete, but what I would sort of said is that existing vestibule entrance is a stucco and concrete thing. So I thought just aesthetically, it would connect to that. It would kind of look almost like it was an extension of that, with a little break in the middle, which is where we tuck the ADA ramp. It says it in the written description. And it would also, it's just technically how I thought we would construct it, is because it's gonna both be a barrier and continue down and be a retaining wall. I wasn't thinking about making it the wood siding. I thought it would be better to have it look like a cohesive unit that's sort of a part of the existing building, and then sort of this separate thing that maps to the separate thing that is the current vestibule. One thing. That was sort of the idea. Also, just as we're saying that the basement addition is really, I mean, in the future, there's gonna be like an elevator mechanical room in there. Potentially bathrooms for the patio, so we would be not building any of this, but we would be bringing in the utilities to do it in the future. There's also needs to be drainage into the city water storm system through sump pumps. So we'll be installing that as well. And
So
also
Jenny-
drainage in the patio. Yeah,
Jenny, wouldn't he be required to stucco that wall since we don't, I thought we didn't allow concrete block in the area?
Yeah, I think his narrative talks about, I was just rereading it, yeah, so he said match this existing stucco surface, to the entry vestibule. Narrative, so.
it would be poured concrete that's painted.
Okay,
So yeah, I think if it would effectively look like the stucco wall, but it would not be stucco.
just not, I was envisioning concrete blocks, so yeah. That's good.
Any other questions? Okay, I think, got head nod on this, so.
Could we get a motion for recommendation to staff to approve it?
I so move.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Right.
Okay, there you go.
All right,
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you all.
The CLG grant announcements are coming out this week,
okay,
$17,000 available.
okay,
So you'll get
50% match or 100% match.
yeah, so you would, this is an eligible property.
That'd be a great signage plan. Don't you think?
Yeah, so $34,000 project.
Yeah.
And-
Be great.
Competitive.
Right, it's competitive. This body would be reviewing,
Okay.
so.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hey, Holcomb, just so you know, the guy that does McMinimum's sign did my building if you need that connection.
Oh, totally. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Nice work.
Thank you.
And thank you, Aaron, for representing Main Street.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. So Russ is on a break. So anybody else want to just take a quick break? Anybody else need a break? Okay, so why don't we take a 5-minute break? 5 meetings, and we will convene at 7:37. Okay, so
I'm gonna dive on the trunk.
is everyone ready? Okay, so. All the meeting.
We didn't really recess, we just
We didn't?
muted, so we're good.
So we're all recording here.
Yeah, no, I muted us, but now we're on, yeah.
Or anyway, okay, so we're back on the record and back in session. And the next thing we're gonna call is the HB 3115 recommendations to council. And just by way of background, this proactive planning commission item, we took this up last year. We've had a lot of hearings on it. There have been reports out consistently. There was a push to get some draft legislation done. There's been a lot of work on it, and we're here today to finish the job, and hopefully if the planning commission agrees on certain items, we can send them to city council for recommendation. And with that, do we have a staff report?
Yeah, sure. And I don't think we're gonna have a huge amount of public comment. So, we'll just go through these categories, efficiently. And then we can go back and talk about everything and see where we lay at.
Okay, so just so how we're gonna handle this, Jacob, please, Mr. Creech, is we're gonna have staff report, and then I'm gonna give the report of the study that's been done, because we've read it. I'm gonna do something very briefly. And then we're gonna make sure that we get on the table the draft legislation that that's been done, and then we can start highlighting differences and discussions while I'm hearing, but that's kind of how I want to go about it. So, but I definitely want to start with the staff report. Please,
Thank you.
Thank you.
So House Bill 3115, otherwise known as ORS 195-530. Basically, this changes things because we can't say no to camping on public property, which is what we can right now everywhere. As a result of this Oregon bill and some other stuff, we need to change the code by July 1st. It must be reasonably objective from the perspective of a homeless person, and it has lawsuit provisions for people experiencing homelessness. So this is some stuff from the state that we are reacting to. We've had a variety of meetings, and in my fantasy world, I was hoping to get a good consensus at the joint planning commission city council meeting that we had. I don't know, what was that, in February? We got some stuff, but didn't get much consensus. And so now we have the situation where we want to present stuff to the council. And I want to make sure the council has some options to consider. And so when I talk about these slides, there's the stuff in the blue, which has kind of been developed based on a lot of the things learned, though independent of the planning commission, because the planning commission, at least the subcommittee, has gone its own direction. And so we have, this is why we're talking about, at least this is why I'm proposing to talk about these things, to try to the best we can to have a comprehensive discussion for the benefit of the council. And I just broke it up into these basic categories, because there's a lot to think about, and it helps to consider things in buckets rather than in reservoirs of water. So the first thing is, what does it mean to camp? When are certain things triggered? A lot of conventional regulations out there have a time limit like 12 or 24 hours. One potential thing is to have it be more than 24 hours, although there is a 72-hour notice prior to removal of camping stuff, so it could potentially be up to 40 days. And the blue is assuming that there is not a proposal to have specific sites where camping can occur, although there's something that says we can't have a hybrid of both. And the more grace you're providing to the homeless, theoretically, the more resistant you are to lawsuits and all that kind of fun stuff. So there's a relocation element. And this is something that came from Aaron Heisel, our attorney on this, that the relocation means moving from one city property to another, not from another portion of a city property. And then the subcommittee, and if I state something incorrectly, you'll have plenty of opportunity to correct me. So
Your presentation, go ahead.
yeah, so I do not mean to misrepresent something. So the subcommittee has a pretty different approach. And this is important because the statutes talk about when a camp is established, and that triggers things like that's when you have to provide the notice and stuff like that. It doesn't say what established means. And so the subcommittee draft talks about more than 7 days in a 30-day period. Now, documented request from law enforcement, a code enforcement officer to vacate the area. So a couple different approaches, and that directly relates to some of the time element. So we'll talk about time really quickly. So it's unlawful to camp for more than 24 hours on city property. There are some exception provisions, like a declaration of the city manager, but his power only goes so far, 30 days. More than that needs city council blessing. And then no camping at all. And that means even setting up camp materials is not allowed in certain areas. We'll talk about that in the location. And the planning commission subcommittee has to do, it's a little different. It has to do with continuous days. And then after that time period, there's a requirement to vacate the city for 60 days. And kind of a similar program for vehicles, camping in vehicles. One of my questions when we get to it is how the 7-day provision works with that. That's something I'm trying to wrap my head around, but we can get to that with the when Steve talks about the planning commission has come up with. So no camping for any period of time. This is when we get into locations. So this is where camping is not allowed, and that includes setting up stuff, shelter and stuff. So old parks, now the parks chapter does say camping is allowed in certain areas like McCormick Park, since that's why there's that exception there. Within 100 yards of any entrance to a residence or build business. This is something that Aaron took from a earlier version of the subcommittee draft, which had some concern about that. And then all public rights of way, it's like sidewalks when you're not blocking them within any buildings not meant for such. And then some distances from the creeks in the Columbia River. The 50 and 75 feet are based on the city's sensitive land rules. So they are based on something. And then residential zoning districts is just a heck no. And again, this is for discussion purposes. We're not saying this is what you need to adopt planning commission. And then the planning commission subcommittee takes a different approach. It just says, well, camping is not allowed except in specified areas. And I have some maps that I'll show after we talk about the specified areas really briefly. The subcommittee draft talks about allowing it behind the original recreation building along Old Portland Road across from McCormick Park with the maximum of 8 people, and then another to be determined area off Castor Road, again with the maximum number of people. And you have that secondary area just in case there's a conflict with people, restraining orders, stuff like that. And then it references other places that are already allowed. And then also that city administrator, city council ability to talk about sites. So if we can go to the maps, I'll talk about those before we get into manner and the violation rules. So this is the basic map, which shows, I almost wish a bigger screen for this. But it shows city limits, which is highlighted in yellow. And then it shows the parks, which are highlighted in that kind of that light green outline. And then public property, county, city, and state, city in red, county in orange, state, there's not much of it in purple. It's a little bit on Sand Island, a little bit up by Dalton Lake. The main thing is the city, of course. So saying heck no altogether for residential areas, that is pretty common in all the rules that I saw. And there's really not services for homeless in residential areas. So there's no purpose there. And that would be the first map where we take the residential zonings out. Part of that too is being reasonably objectionable to homeless. If you know you're in a neighborhood with nothing but houses, you know you're in a residential area. So you don't necessarily need a map to draw that conclusion. So that's residential area. Now to just talk about further considering options. If we include the mixed use areas, that's the next map. So you'll see some of that dark area filled in. That covers the Holton area, the Riverfront District primarily. And then the next one is if you exclude commercial areas too. And then now you're just focusing on industrial areas. So, there are some options there if you're even willing to consider that. Now, the subcommittee, if we go to the last map. So this now we're zooming in on the area where the old recreation center building is more or less centered in the property. So that kite-shaped property, that is McCormick Park. And then there is an arrow pointing to the rec center and then another one pointing to Castor Road. There's a recommendation, at least in the draft from the subcommittee, for one of the camping sites to be behind the recreation center building and then somewhere else on Castor Road. So that's why I wanted to make sure Castor Road was highlighted there. So if we go back to the other slides. So manner, how is it done? Now the non-planning commission draft, it just starts with some basic stuff. I'm not sure, and this is going to be a question for legal counsel after we get the recommendations, is if it should be a reasonable list or a grocery list to honor the intent of the law as well as protect the citizens. And that's, I'm not sure of that, just kind of a question. But because it focuses on passageways, we do have the no obstruction of those there. And then also the mobility factor. And not occupying more than an area by 12 feet, that's directly from the subcommittee. Then the subcommittee has a variety of elements to talk about no fires. We may want to talk about inclusion of cooking devices and stuff like that, but we can get into that later. So, and then finally, the last item to talk about, at least on the slides, is violation provisions. And these really all came from Aaron Heisel, where there's a reduced fine. I can't remember what our existing one is. It seems like it was more than that. It talks about discretion of the judge, and then also reducing or eliminate it if there's proof that there's engagement with a local service provider. And then the subcommittee has kind of a tiered version of the violation, where the first one is just okay, well, here's a warning, you're not supposed to do this. And then the second one, if within a year, it's also a modest fine. But then a third violation within the year, that's where it becomes a pretty exponential issue there, talking about jail fines and all that stuff. The one thing I did not mention in these slides, that we should talk about, the subcommittee version has a series of findings. That's the beginning of it. And in talking with Aaron about that, he said that they were not necessary. And so the findings, the importance of those, that'll be part of the message you want to send to council, if you feel they're important. So that's it for me to start.
Okay, thank you. All right, then, so you will, the commission will recall that last year, when we began down this process, I had requested that the commission basically try to get somebody to study this issue. Requested that we get legal counsel involved, and basically the subcommittee was sort of left up to its own investigative efforts and to find its own resources to study this issue. And one of the issues that I had with the joint commission meeting is that I think it's very important that we understand the results of the study and what it is that St. Helens needs before we just make decisions about time, place, and manner restrictions. What is our load of current people that are staying on public property? How are we encountering people? And I've spent more than 70 hours on this. And I'm going to read what I've done just because it's in the record, but more than 70 hours are spent researching and reading the Boise and Grants Pass cases, internet research concerning unsheltered camping in cities, YouTube series is Portland Over, the causes of homelessness, interviews with the district attorney, interviews with the police, interviews with the community action team, reading interviews performed by Jacob Gretchen. He actually did an interview with CCMH and a youth homeless advocacy group. Study of ORS 195.500, 195.505, and 195.530, 195.530 being the operative statute. And I personally viewed every identified unsheltered location where people were staying on public lands in the city of St. Helens. I also incorporated in the analysis the actually 2019 housing needs analysis. I interviewed real estate broker professionals in St. Helens and in Washington concerning the impact on property values if camping were allowed in an area. I traveled to Portland to view camping areas in Portland. I attended a public forum held by state representative and Portland commissioners concerning action and analysis of what they were doing in Portland concerning unsheltered persons in Portland. I also attended several calls with attorney Aaron Heisel. And then there was also some recognition of the mental health damage that can occur to citizens living in St. Helens and elsewhere from deprivation of views, beauty, parks, open spaces, and ordered public places, meaning that the people who get up every day and go to work and they create everything that we have on ourselves, every bit of food that we eat, every bit of water we drink, all of our sanitary conditions and everything that we have in the society are created by people who get up every day and make choices to do what we do. And it is the combined effort of our society that creates the society that we have. Also had several interviews with citizens. There was consideration also of the public comment made to the Planning Commission. And then also I want to thank Jacob because Jacob spent a considerable amount of time providing sleeping, camping, and lying ordinances of cities of Bend, Astoria, Ashland, and also the past legislation in St. Helens concerning issues of people sleeping in McCormick Park. All of these things were reviewed, considered, and analyzed. And then during this process, we did report back to the Planning Commission, about our progress, and the Planning Commission subcommittee. And so I want people to know that this is probably about $30,000 worth of work that I perform at my billing rate, or my volunteer rate to the city of St. Helens of $30 per month. Jacob, can you put up the ACLU, Oregon,
It's in the memo.
in the memo? Okay, but do we have that? Because you had it on, you were going through your, I just thought it might be attached to your.
Yeah, I just, the slides I had up didn't have all the other stuff to make it easier, but
So-
the memo is there with that letter.
So fortunately, or unfortunately for the city of Bend, they have received a letter dated February 28, 2023 from the ACLU Oregon, the Bend Equity Project, and the law offices of Thaddeus Betts. And I'm wondering if anybody here on the Planning Commission has had any experience in analyzing these types of letters and formulating responses as part of your living or working, that you actually are responsible to read them, understand them, and figure out what to do about them and guide a client through the situation. Okay, me too. 30 years doing it. That's what I do for a living. Is I defend litigation, and I plan litigation, and very successfully, I might add. And so this type of attack is something that I anticipated. Why I tried to get our Planning Commission to kind of head in a direction of analyzing these laws, and I suggested that the Planning Commission undertake it. And fortunately, the Planning Commission decided to do it. And one of the things that occurred, and I remember the meeting very well, is when Dan Carey said, well, why don't we look into what the humane, approaching this from the humane aspect. And we agreed to go down that road. And so we've met, we've spent a lot of time on it, and we've come up with some recommendations. So presumably everybody has read the report that I wrote, and which is part of the public record, and the 20 findings that were made in my report. So I'm going to say that I'm just going to kind of highlight a few things. So first of all, the current number of persons sleeping on public property in the city of St. Helens is 1. And now there are a lot of other people that may be sleeping on private property. They may be trespassing on private property, but our concern is what is our load on public property, and how do we address that reasonably in our laws? And I saw 1 person, and that person is the person that's under the bridge that's going over, I think it's Milton Creek. And so I also interviewed the St. Helens Police Department about their approach to the people and how it is. So why don't we have these people, and our police are doing a great job of helping people to find their way to get to the places they need to go in order to find shelter, helping them to get the resources that we have in the city. And you heard the chief of police, I think that yesterday I heard the chief of police talk to the city council about the success of the police department and how they are treating the people who are on shelter and are seeking shelter in St. Helens. And it is something that we are already doing. in a very humane way. And so I wanted to make sure that people understand that nobody has come forward and said, this is a horrible way that we're dealing with people. Nobody, we met with CAT, we met with the CCMH people. Nobody has said, we're not handling things in a correct way. So I don't think we need to create large areas where unsheltered people can shelter and keep warm and dry. And so what the law requires us to do is simply to provide a place for people to keep warm and dry to survive. It does not require us to provide anything on that. And so the federal cases are about punishing people for trying to simply sleep. And they're simply saying that you need an area. So how big of an area do we need? We don't have a large problem, fortunately. So I made a lot of recommendations, and one of them, the chief said, is it's critical that law enforcement be provided with clear and concise directions regarding their encounters with unsheltered persons seeking to sleep and keep warm and dry on public property. That's what the police officer said. Number 4, I said that about the survival. And the reason why I think the subcommittee chose designating a place versus having undesignated places is the strategy of defending the actions. We can talk about that a little bit more later. I think the most important difference between what I see the St. Helens effort is in addressing how to codify this situation with how other cities have done it is our approach to bring our laws in compliance with ORS 195.500. So I think I have a slide on ORS 195.500. So Oregon ORS 195.500 says all municipalities and counties shall, 1, develop a policy that recognizes the social nature of the problem of homeless individuals camping on public property. That's number 1. That we develop a policy of recognizing the problem. And number 2, implement the policy as develops to ensure the most humane treatment for removal of homeless individuals from camping sites on public property. So this is a law that says we need to recognize the social nature of the problem and to implement a policy that ensures for the treatment for the removal of homeless people. It does not say for the establishment of homeless people. It is for the removal of homeless people from public property. And so I guess what we've done is, we do have a social nature of the problem of homelessness and our law. So let's look at the codified law that the subcommittee has come up with. And by the way, this is unanimous with Russ Lowe, and myself and Charlie Kasner. We spent a lot of time on this. So if you look at our proposed legislation, can we scroll up a little bit and make that other way? So the findings and purpose. So this is under Title 12, which is our camping, sleeping, and lying chapter within our laws. And it says the city of St. Helens hereby adopts the provisions of this section regarding sleeping, lying, camping, and keeping warm and dry on public property pursuant to ORS 195.530 and ORS 195.500. The city of St. Helens recognizes the social nature of the problem of homeless individuals camping on public property and implements the following laws as part of its policies to ensure the most humane treatment or removal of homeless individuals from camping sites on public property, or ORS 195.530, 195.500, and ORS 195.505. So right now, do we have, one of the questions that I asked Jacob to look at, do we have a law currently on the books that says that the city of St. Helens recognizes the social nature of the problem with homelessness camping on public property? Do we have a law like that? I don't think we do. Do you think we do? No. Okay, so we don't have a law to comply with the state law, which indicates that we are supposed to be approaching the situation as a social problem, and that adds a lot of depth to how we, as a law making body, can approach this problem. Cities that were trying to enforce sleeping and camping ordinances as a criminal type situation ran afoul of the Eighth Amendment. What we are trying to do is to say, look, we've assessed this issue. We're going to try to be as humane as we can for the removal of these camps. And we are complying with state law. And that, as I'm going to explain to you later, and we're going to see, is going to provide us with some immunity. And also, I think these laws are going to be held up by any court or any attack. I think these laws are going, if we implement them the way this way, and then this is, by the way, the unanimous findings of the planning subcommittee, is that we believe that these laws are the right way to proceed on this issue. They are the legal way to proceed on this issue, and they will be upheld by any court and any jury as reasonable, objective, and fair. And that was our objective, that if we are attacked, and we will be attacked, maybe not by the ACLU, but by somebody else who decides they're going to sue us because they don't like what we've done, we can say, hey, look, we've spent a lot of time on this and we looked at it, and we are trying to be fair and reasonable here, like the law says we're supposed to be. So the city of St. Helens finds the following. Okay, actually, I think we should take out. So that was something that we did, and I'll tell you why, because that was in the City of Bend ordinance. Each community member and visitor to St. Helens is entitled to a basic level of dignity, respect, wellness, and equal rights under the law. I just simply think it should be equal rights under the law, because the City of Bend threw in dignity, respect, and basically the ACLU and the people representing the homeless in that lawsuit just threw that right in their face and said, you're not doing that. And so frankly, and I thought about it and I thought, okay, the amount of dignity and respect that people are entitled to really depends on the situation. If I'm in a bank and I'm robbing the bank, I'm entitled to a certain amount of dignity and respect, but it's different than the person going in the bank and making a deposit. Okay, so I don't think that we should be codifying something like this. Everybody is entitled, though, to the equal rights under the law. That's correct. And equal rights under the law is an important thing, because when we look at this homeless situation from a societal point of view, all of our citizens have the same right to the access to public property. Once a person occupies the public property, they are depriving the public of the use of that property while they are there. And what this is saying is, okay, somebody's coming into town. They just got thrown out of their house. They need someplace to stay. We must provide a place for them to survive. We don't have to provide it for a long time, but we can't just say you're not entitled to survive. So I think we should take out everything but equal rights under the law. But that's going to be my suggestion on that. But
The only thing I'd say about that is, I don't think we need to have that in there, because
it's already there.
that is what it
Okay,
is.
all right, so maybe let's go on to B. The right to quiet enjoyment of owned and rented property. And extends to the public streets and roadways leading to a rented or owned property. Meaning, see people camping on the streets, it's kind of disturbing. I mean, you know, you're trying to drive home, suddenly there's a tent there, who's in my neighborhood? And so there is this social piece that is kind of disturbing, and to having people just camp anywhere they want to go. People feel in danger, they don't know who their neighbors are. And the community action team even said, you know, people kind of rush to judgment on people, and some people are dangerous, some people are not. So that's a concept that we decided to put out there, that you have a right when you're living here that, you know, somebody suddenly is camping somewhere. Like, where did this person come from? Who are they? Why are they here? That's just open for discussion. The use of public property for sleeping, keeping warm and dry, that is within, and there's different 100 feet, 400 feet of any, I think it's 400, any privately owned or rented property that is not in conformance with the time, place, and manner described herein necessarily affects the health, safety, and welfare of the public, the quiet enjoyment of persons owning or renting property, whether it be for residential or business purposes. Meaning we're going to say that it is, nobody has the right to just camp anywhere they want. Nobody does. And what we're trying to do, and it deprives people of the rights to the enjoyment of their property if people can just say, today's the day I just show up and I'm just going to camp here. That's a concept. What we need to do is provide a place for people to survive. We don't have to provide them a place within our neighborhoods or a place within our businesses. So these are today's discussion. Why our place discussions are not just an opinion, but why our place discussions are being anchored. So let's go to the next one.
Really quick point.
Yeah.
That in an earlier version that said 100 yards, and that's where Aaron attained that number. So it was this finding where he developed the 100 yards thing.
Yeah, okay, we do 300 feet, 100 yards. I was actually trying to tie this number into other statutes in the what is it, the one
Street vacation?
Street vacations. It's what's the distance for
it's so to the sides, it's 200 feet or to the next parallel street, whichever is closer, and then on the ends, that's where the 400 comes into play.
Okay, so in a street vacation proceeding where the city's simply going to give up land to an adjoining property owner, the people that are affected that can object and actually stop the process if there's enough of them, or that can come forward and say this is affecting me, is 200 feet in one direction and 400 feet depending where it is. So there is legal precedence that people are affected by things that occur within a certain radius of their property. And so I don't think that that's an unreasonable thing to say. And I think a lot of people would agree that that's within an area where the kids would play. So anyway, let's go to the next one. So essentially, hopefully you guys have read all this, and and then we don't really need to go through detail by detail on these things. You know, we'll be here for hours. I do think that there are certain things that are more important than others, but I do think these findings are important because they're giving our societal approach to this issue, and we're bringing in the rights of all of the citizens in defining what is reasonable and where people can go to survive. We're giving you a place to survive. So let's go to kind of the proposed legislation and then
Well,
go ahead. So.
I just want to say, 'cause I think Jacob, you're the one that brought up the fact that from the city side, not sure if, or for mayor, and I'm not sure who it came from, saying they didn't think necessarily need to have findings.
That was Aaron Heisel.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, and the reason why I think it's important to have some findings in there, and I'm not saying every single one we have there needs to be there. But the reason why to have the findings is because the statute requires that, you know, it be an objective and reasonable thing to be able to do that. And it's normal in, you know, setting up an argument to have some findings of fact or whatever. What is it we're basing the ordinance that we're proposing? What is that based on? Is we just didn't pick it or, you know, write it out of thin air. And so I think it's important to have some findings at the beginning to be able to establish that this just wasn't something that was, you know, pulled out of thin air. So that would be my, you know, rationale for doing that.
And those findings were based upon the study. And so we have a factual basis of a significant investigation and interviewing and you know, I want to make sure that if there's anybody who's here who is an unsheltered person that wants to speak online or an advocacy group, I specifically invited the CAT people to come here. And I don't know if they're online or not.
We do have some folks online.
Okay, good. Well, everybody's gonna get a chance to speak and I'm very interested in hearing if any of the CAT people, but let's kind of get through this a little bit. I think K is one of the most important findings is that what it does is it says upon encountering a person who seeks to sleep, camp, keep warm and dry upon public property in a place, manner or time that is inconsistent with this title, law enforcement personnel and or public service personnel, doesn't have to be law enforcement, shall use their best judgment concerning the individual circumstances of such person and direct them to available city services, county services, state services, or nonprofit service agencies and locations within and or without the city where a person may find services to help them and where they may lawfully camp, sleep, keep warm and dry on public property. So in other words, we're codifying what we're already doing. We are one of the most kindest, generous communities I've ever encountered. We have so many people that are trying to help each other. We are a city that helps other people. And so we don't need to be doing anything differently than we're already doing. And what we need to do is say, but we're going to put it in that we're going to let our trained people use their best judgment and try to help the people as best they can. And if the person says, look, I don't want any help. I just need a place where I can sleep. I'm beat. And they can say, okay, this is the spot where you can go. You can pitch your tent there. You can stay there for up to 5 days, whatever the time, place, and manner is. There'll be a bathroom there. And that's where you can go because, you know, some people, frankly, some people need that spot and they need to know they can go there and not get hassled. And we're not saying that they can stay there forever. They can continue on with their journey. But certainly there'll be a place temporarily, humanely, for somebody to be able to lay their head down and sleep. And keep warm and dry, which is what the law requires us to do. I think that finding is very important.
It seems like, is that a finding or a performance measure?
I like it under the finding. You could move it, tell you what, this is how we put it out there. I mean, we could move it to a different section because I think it's more of a finding because it's more of this is how we're doing it already. Maybe we could put at the front there saying the city of St. Helens shall continue to, we find the city of St. Helens has already performed this and we think it's adequate. Make that finding there in K. I don't want to necessarily create a law that. Tell you what, I think it needs to be in there. And where it goes, I'm gonna leave that up to the city council but I think it definitely has been there, because I think we need to recognize we're already doing a very good job for people.
What the process is. Because a lot of people ask in the community, what are you doing?
The process is, when we find a person, honestly, most of the time, it's kind of a no harm, no foul. We're not going out and looking for people and trying to get, we're basically just trying to find people who are sort of, they stand out, right? It's somebody who is not behaving like people from St. Helens. We say, hey, what do you need? You need some help. We've got these folks for you. How can we help you? And we direct them and get them where they need to go. Or if they just need a place to sleep, they can have that temporarily. And that's what the law is requiring us to do, and nothing more. We don't have to build shelters. This is really simply something required. And I want to highlight the difference between the campsite and which is the next section, and established campsite. So I use the definition of campsite, and we did. There's a difference between campsite and established campsite. So under ORS 195.505, there's a whole bunch of notice requirements to remove people from an established campsite. You have to give 72 hours notice. It has to be posted in English and Spanish. You have to gather all the stuff up. You have to store it. There's a whole bunch of procedural steps that need to take place. But the 72-hour notice is the big deal. And so there is no definition of what an established campsite is. And so this is a discussion of the difference between a campsite, which is, if I have a tent and, I pitch my tent, I've got a campsite, but I don't have an established campsite. And how this thing is being abused in the city of Ashland right now is you actually have groups of protesters that are putting their tent up, and then they say, okay, you got to move on. Then they wait for the 72 hours notice. Then they finally get that done. Then they pick up and they go to someplace up, boom. Then they go up for another 72 hours. I don't think I think established campsite has more of a meaning than just somebody saying, I've got my campsite here. And so the thought on this, and maybe we should have some discussion on this, what would an established campsite be? And the way that this is approached is that if you're in a place on public property and you've been there for more than 7 days, of any 30 days without a documented request by law enforcement or co-enforcement officer to vacate the area to a location where camping is allowed, following a documented discussion with law enforcement, consistent with the policies of this title. So basically what this is saying is, say the police come upon, or social work comes upon somebody that has a tent set up, say, camp here. Okay, well, I don't have any place to go. Well, actually you do. You have to go here now. You cannot camp here. You have to go. This is a violation. And under this statute, that would be a warning. If it's their first time, that would be a warning. Second time would be $25. Third time, they are subject to arrest. But that's how our statutory construction is. But you say you have to go, you need to go where it is that we say you can sleep and keep warm and dry. That to me is perfectly reasonable. But if for whatever reason, live and let live, somebody's found a spot that nobody cares about, nobody calls the police, and they've hung out there for 7 days and 30 days.
Nobody noticed.
Nobody noticed, or nobody cared, nobody said anything. Then you got to go to the 72 hours notice, and you got to say, hey, guy says, hey, look, I've been here for 2 weeks. Okay, we're going to give you the 72 hours notice. We got to give you some time. So we're going to draw a distinction between campsite and established campsite. And that way we aren't I think there's a meaning to the word established. That just doesn't mean that, somebody sticks a tent up and suddenly they have an established campsite.
The only thing I see is where you say contact with law enforcement.
A documented request by law enforcement or code enforcement officer to vacate the area and move to a location where camping is allowed
What if
following.
somebody is sleeping somewhere? And they have documentation that they've been interacting and they're waiting for something from community action team. Or they have paperwork from CCMH and they're in the process of securing a more equitable situation.
So let's say,
So like they are accessing services and they are trying to get on their feet, but sometimes something happens on a 4-day weekend and nothing goes anywhere. And they're like, "Hey, Monday morning, they're gonna do this for me, but I just need to be somewhere between now and then."
so is the hypothetical, are they on a site that's allowed or not allowed?
I mean, hypothetical, wherever they are, if they've been there for 4 days and it's Saturday, are you gonna make them pack up and move if they can show you that they've been working on it?
You know, that's really gonna be up to
Or is
law
it-
enforcement. This is a law enforcement question. And,
So this-
and the law enforcement would have the option to do it.
Let's say, and they're at the law enforcement's discretion. Is that what it
Yeah,
says?
absolutely.
So if the person is not a criminal, not doing criminal activity, they're just somebody between one place and the next. And it shows that they're working on getting their stuff together, that law enforcement would have the freedom to allow them to do so.
Law enforcement can decide what laws to enforce anytime they want. I mean, the police can handle, we've got very good police in this town and I trust them. We don't have a single complaint that has come forward about the police. And I feel like this police are doing a great job and we should trust them.
Yeah, I just
They
want to
handle
make
the
sure that
situation.
the law, the way we worded it, provides for the humanity of the situation. That if they deem the person as dangerous to themselves or others, they can act on the law versus somebody that is a mom with her kid that has a place to stay on Tuesday and it's Sunday afternoon.
Okay, so
You know what I mean?
that it
That's
does give a
where-
lot of flexibility, definitely. And also within this proposed draft statute is saying that this doesn't preclude enforcement of other laws. So, you know, somebody says, hey, look, I'm an established campsite, I can litter, or I can do whatever I want. No, can't violate other laws while you were there.
Right.
We still can enforce whatever law we need to enforce, despite wherever the
And the
person
litter
is.
laws and the dog laws and all that stuff still applies.
Absolutely. And those are the things that,
And the birding.
and any other laws that apply, this is not a loophole that somebody, we're not creating a law-free zone for
Well,
5
I was-
days.
I mean, it just happened to be at Good Sam yesterday for 6 hours. And the amount of people that come in there and want to make that a public space and do whatever they want to do, like it's just free space. And give security a hard time is just unreal. And it's like we're very insulated out here to that element of people that's entertainment is to challenge law enforcement.
We have jail space here, which in talking to the district attorney is one of our advantages in enforcing our laws in that other counties, unfortunately, their jails are pretty full. And so there's not a lot that law enforcement can do, but here people are violating laws that subject them to arrest, they can be arrested and put in jail. And that's a huge advantage for Columbia County to enforcing time, place and manner and all other sorts of laws. So,
I didn't mean to slow you down.
no, that's okay. So does anybody else have any, so Jacob had brought up this campsite versus established campsite. And I think it is, maybe we could segue the discussion into this subcategory, like that. I think that seems like a fair way to, we thought it was a fair way to define established campsite, but if people have a different idea, we can, I thought, if it's been no harm, no foul for 7 and 30 days. So I got Jennifer raising her hand there.
I just needed some clarification. Who made the red notations as opposed to the black?
I grabbed that, copied and pasted it out of some version that I think that red is from a definition that Aaron Heisel had proposed for camping, and I just copied and pasted it in there. I just
Okay.
used it. That's why it stayed red.
Sounds good.
So I'm not sure exactly how you're wanting to do this, but just in terms of talking about it. I'm personally a fan of doing, I think what Jacob referred to as a hybrid version of a plan. I think it has to have, the city version, what I understand was strictly a designation of where people cannot camp. And there is nothing in there that refers to where there is public property where they can camp.
Correct.
I like having both things in there, being there a little bit, because if we just have where they can't camp, and I think this was discussed, it might have been at the joint session that we had, although I wasn't at that, so it wasn't that. If we just have where they can camp and we're not going to give them any indication of where, I feel like if that ever did get challenged and taken to a court, I could just hear a judge saying, you're playing hide the ball. It's the city, and that's not reasonable, that's not objective. I think if you're gonna put in designated areas where they can camp, you need to be able to at least say, and again, it doesn't have to be a campsite that we're managing, we don't want that, we all agree on that. But I think you need to have, if you're gonna put in and I do like the list that came from the city as far as areas and the way that was defined, I like that. But I think you still have to have in there then saying where some of these locations are,
Examples,
where you can.
an example,
An example.
as opposed to a designated.
Well, I've got a question about a designated site, and then you guys narrowed them down, you found this cool place off Castor. It fits all the buttons that you like. But are they the buttons that a homeless person would like? Is it anywhere near services they would need? Is it anywhere near food? Is it anywhere near social services? Or is it just a convenient place to dump them?
Well, that's a
I'm
good.
not saying dump them, but
No, I.
place them where they're safe and
Out of the way.
they're out of all the other buttons you wanted.
So,
But it's not a good place for them. That's what I'm asking.
well, and so I think that is a good question.
Yeah.
And so the law does not require that we provide convenience. It is within the city limits. So part of this humane approach is to, go ahead, Miss.
Oh, go ahead, I can wait, just I haven't had.
Okay, part of the humane approach is to respect that people, if they're not incompetent, meaning they are not a ward of the state, they are perfectly capable of taking care of themselves. And that's the thing that we need to understand. And that's where it comes in humanity. You are a human being. You make choices every day. You are not deemed to be an unfit person. You get to take care of yourself. And so you got yourself to St. Helens, you got yourself here. This is the place we have for you. Please go to it. We don't have to provide any services at all. And that is where really the rub is in this legal. The people who are advocating, this is a social shift that some people are trying to accomplish. And that is saying that people could just go anywhere they want. And we should make it convenient for the people that want to go wherever they want to go. Now, if this law said we had to make it convenient for them, but the question is, let's pull up, actually, you know what, pull up a section of 195.530.
Well, I'm not actually saying that cities should provide services. You already said that we have all these services that we already do provide.
All I wanted to say was that if this proposal went through and they were camping on Castor Road. Or behind the fairground building, whatever it was, that's all pretty centrally located. CCMH is right up the street, you got.
That's all I'm asking.
You right up 18th, right? So, or 17th, but I mean, it's really within walking distance as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, people walk back and forth to Walmart all day long.
Yeah, initially when we were discussing about this, you were talking about putting them, way out. Then that I could see as a claim for what's the unreasonable, but here, and as a matter of fact, Steve, I applaud all your work. I don't necessarily know where it's gonna go, but
it was eye opening to me when I read this, so I applaud everything, all your efforts and all the time.
Thank you.
And all of you've all the work you guys put together, because I can see this going to council.
And I think that, I think that I have a much, I just think that we need to come up with something that's fair and defensible and so when you look at the statute, it's really is about sleeping, keeping warm and dry. That's it. And so how does so let's talk about different elements of, I kind of want to talk about different elements of the council proposal. Like, for example, I would ask people to articulate, see, I think up to 5 days, first of all, I mean, up to 5 days, that's kind of what we say, like people showing up at the docks and they're camping at the docks, you've got up to 5 days. It's the same rules as we've already applied to other people. It's not like we're just allowing anybody to come here and just hang out, even the people that pay. The Sand Island, I think you're limited to 10 days. So these are free places that we're providing. And some of the experience that I've had with people who've had, have told me is that, when the people are camping near residences and businesses, they have to go to the bathroom. That's one of my findings. People got to go to the bathroom. If there's no toilet nearby, and we say, this is a place for you to sleep, they necessarily are going to use the area around them. And so that if it's near a residence, people walk out their front door and there's something there. That doesn't do anybody any good, doesn't do the homeless people any good, doesn't do the citizens any good. So I'm sort of advocating these areas that supply bathrooms, and we can discuss the issue there. Well, one of the questions I want to ask is, can anybody here articulate why they think it would be objectively reasonable to an unsheltered person to have to move every day? So, I mean, somebody actually told me that, but I'm wondering if anyone in the room can say, okay, you're a person, you're poor, you're drug addict, who knows why you just got thrown out of your house by your couch surfing, and somebody said, I don't want you here anymore, you have no place to go, you have no money. And so, what we're gonna say is, yeah, you can sleep here, but you gotta move tomorrow 600 feet, or you gotta move from the Castor Road property to the Portland Road property and back and forth. If we just designate two, you gotta move from here to another place. Rather than one place where the person can actually put themselves together, maybe, I don't know. But can anybody here articulate why they think requiring somebody to move every 24 hours is objectively reasonable?
I don't think it's objectively reasonable. All you have to do is look at the weather in the last 3 months. I wouldn't want to move a dry tent every 24 hours.
Jennifer's raising her hand as well.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Isn't it clearly stated in the letter from the ACLU to Ben that it is not reasonable?
Well, the yes, that provision, that specific provision, the ACL will sue the city of Bend upon. But as we go down the road here, before we adopt a provision, I'm just thinking, can anybody in the room articulate, I'm a judge and I'm saying, can anybody in the room here articulate why it is reasonably objective to require a person who is houseless for whatever reason and they're outside to move every day 600 feet?
Yeah, I don't think in any planet that's reasonable.
Technically, with the 72-hour notice, if it's established after 24 hours, it's a 4-day period.
Well, but the thing is that I'm just, this is a law we're gonna put in there and say to people, so the police are gonna come up and say, hey, look, you can stay here, but you gotta move tomorrow. Where do I go? Well, you gotta go 600 feet that way.
It puts an undue burden on the police as well, because now they've got to start keeping track of these people, rather than say, can't be here, here's where you can be. Now they've got to keep track of who's where and for how long.
Right. Oh, so if we have a place that they can go and say, hey, look, you be here for 5 days, and they come on day 5 and say, look, you gotta move on. I can't, I gotta stay. Okay, I might give you a couple, it's really gonna be up to the police, but if we have more than 15 people, we're gonna have to get them to move, because that's gonna be our limit. We're gonna cap at 15. We have one person now. If we go to 15, that's 15 times the number that we already have.
Well, the more people that congregate, the more chance you have for bad things to happen.
Well, that's why we only get 5 days too. I mean, really. We're not, I think there are other models to provide long-term shelter. What we're doing is providing a place that people.
Emergency place.
That's correct.
I think the problem could arise though, if you reach that 15 people. Or
Who gets to be in the
person A who's already there has a restraining order against person B. Or some other issue where it's not a reasonable place for them to go. And then if you don't have that place, you can't enforce any laws. And now they're not in those designated areas, but they're on the streets. And they're on the streets without any rules at all. So then in that case, it's anarchy for that person because there's no other provision.
So if you have a situation where, let's say we have 15 people and somebody shows up and they've got a restraining order or something, or they can't go there. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, and hopefully we won't have that kind of demand. What the study has shown is really, we do not have a big issue. And if it should turn out that for whatever reason, our social conditions change, we can then look at our rules again. But right now, 15 is 15 times more than what we have. We have one person right now, one. And if we have two, then that's two. And so if we have a rotational type thing, if it turns out that this is an issue that becomes bigger, then we decide to take a look at it. Maybe we open up more room. We try to figure out, why are we having this influx? Maybe we want to stop it in some way. I think that preventing homelessness is a big deal. And I think that maybe we want to try to stop it. People go, the reason why people are where they are is because they choose to be there. All these people are human beings. They are where they are because there's something there for them. Already, otherwise they would be here. They're where they are because whatever it is that motivates them to be there brings them there. They're human beings. So can anybody, I guess what I want to figure out though, is there anybody online that can articulate that it's objectively reasonable for somebody to require somebody to move every 24 hours? Anybody with their hand up? Nobody there. So I actually mentioned this to my son. He said, because when a person actually stayed for more than 24 hours, now they're occupying the public space. And so what they're doing is setting up, and they're being there for a long term. And which is true, it is inconsistent with the public use. But if people know where they can go and they know how long they can be there, I could tell you this, I think we should make a finding that not a single person in this room could identify that being reasonable. Why would we adopt a law that has to be objectively reasonable when nobody in this room can say why it is objectively reasonable? We can't even say it. So if a judge, we're before a judge and the court's saying, counsel, you're the attorney for the city. Why is this objectively reasonable? We got nothing. And so we should not adopt a law that we cannot even in this room think is reasonable.
Do you think it's more reasonable if it's with the hybrid approach where you have the specific site options? But if those don't work out, you have at least something in place as a backup?
I think the reason why to have the side options is we have some informal places that, live and let live, kind of, they're looser places maybe, this is the social thing, I don't know. But on that issue, my opinion is, it kind of strikes me as a little bit like harassment, because in the balance of things, why, like Jimmy said, it's been raining for 2 days straight, it's pouring rain, you gotta get up and move. You got, and so why is that? I don't get it. I don't even know why we would do it. Why?
But I think what Jacob was trying to say earlier, though, is the 24 hours is not really 24 hours. I mean, you're basically, it is a 4-day option.
Why? Because of the 72-hour notice?
Yeah.
Well,
Didn't Bend have the same thing? Didn't Bend have the same 72 hours before their 24?
that's not how we're structuring the law. See, I think that we can, I don't agree with Aaron Heisel's interpretation of 195.505. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with some of his approach. And so we need to understand that there's a difference of opinion, capable opinion givers.
Yeah, that's gonna be the struggle, because we'll get this recommendation, and I don't wanna go to the council without our legal counsel looking at it.
You know, I think that that's why I should be on discussions with the council, but I think that the bottom line is that established campsite, it doesn't mean you just pitch your tent, now we gotta give you 72 hours. And I say we defend that in court. And established campsite means something, but it doesn't mean I just pitched my tent today and now you gotta give me 72 hours before I have to move. That's not what an established campsite is. If somebody pitches their tent on somebody's street, police can come and say, look, you can't stay here. Okay, give me your English and Spanish notice. I'm hanging out for 2 days. No. And I say we defend that. We adopt it and we defend it. And we get an attorney who's ready to defend it. And can endorse this and understands the concepts that we're bringing forward, that we're protecting our people and our city. And that can articulate what the strategy of this thing is. We need an attorney that can and will do that. So maybe that's Mr. Heisel, I don't know.
Well, let me ask a question, though. I mean, is under the city's idea, and I keep on calling it that, and I'm not sure if that's what it really is or whatever.
Well, it's just it's the
From Aaron and just clear.
yeah, the
I'm not getting it.
other approach.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it so in the areas that are designated where somebody cannot sleep, stay warm, dry? It's not the 72-hour thing. It's if somebody is found in one of those locations, that's not a 72-hour notice.
So this just isn't allowed here at all.
Right.
And that means establishing your camp setup, regardless of whether the person's there or not.
Right. And so it's, I mean, I guess
I think Heisel,
I guess I'm in the potato thing, you know, in looking at this. If we're saying that if we designate the areas where they cannot be and have that, you know, if all we're talking about is the areas where they can camp, then the 24-hour notice is truly a 4-day notice.
I don't understand what you're saying. I don't get it. So,
I followed it.
okay, well.
Good, I'm not sure if I follow. No, I mean, it's if they're in a area that's designated not for camping, there is no notice period. They can be removed
That's correct.
immediately.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
If it's an area where they can camp, then, and again, I understand that, I mean, I may have a difference of opinion with him on established campsite and campsite. But it may be a difference in what I'm thinking right now, it may be a difference without a true meaning. You know, other than maybe one, if you're saying 5 days, and that is really 4 days, yeah, 1 day difference.
Well, okay, so I think that Mr. Heisel's opinion is that once you get your tent up, you gotta give 72 hours notice, which I do not agree with. And I don't. think
I
that's
agree,
established.
I agree with you on that, is that if it's in an area that's been designated as, you know, somebody cannot camp there, then it doesn't require a 72-hour notice.
Right, and so then the question is once they are in a place that we think it's okay for them to keep warm and dry, why would we require them to move every day?
But you're not.
Well, but the thing is that
You're
that's.
required to give them notice that they must move And then they've got 3 days to do that. So again, it goes back to what Jacob was saying, it's really a 4-day period.
Wasn't the city's proposal that people could stay in locations, but they'd have to move every day? That was the city's original thought.
Yeah, but because of those removal laws, you have to tack on 72 hours where you can't have established camps.
Yeah, I don't, I just, first of all, I don't agree with the approach that if somebody isn't where they are supposed to be, they can hang out for 72 hours, period. They have to have an established campsite. That's the law. And we live and die on the hill of what is an established campsite. And that's if you're there 7 days and 30 and we haven't told you to leave. That's how we define that. And then all the other folks, we say, you have to leave now. You can go to a campsite. And that's what we do. Otherwise, people just pitch their tents and hang out for 2 or 3 days.
But that's, isn't that an enforcement issue to be hashed out? 'Cause we don't have to put the enforcement in this code, do we?
Well, I mean, there is the penalty aspect of it.
Oh, okay.
But the city's original approach was, even in areas where we were going to allow it, we would require you to move every day. That is the point. And so let's say if we take all that black out and we just eliminate all of it and say, you can sleep anywhere in the city on public streets, anywhere on public property, but you just gotta move every day. Okay, that was the original kind of thinking. And so there's no reason that we should say you could sleep in a place, but you have to move every day. There's no reason that we haven't been able to articulate.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I agree with you, but philosophically, the cultural differences, move every 24 hours is about power and control. That's the benefit of that rule. We're in charge, we're telling you to move, I don't care if it's inconvenient. Part of why you're not getting any pushback from anybody in this room is culturally, we've shifted. Everybody in this room sees that we can't approach it the way we did in 1949. That's an outsider's perspective. I think that 24-hour rule is a holdover from move along now, head on out. Oh, sunset's coming. Maybe, you need to leave town altogether. So just, I think you've got agreement here about it's not humane to do every 24 hours, but you may culturally have an interpretation of what's already on the books that are from a different time period.
we are providing a place where they can sleep and keep warm and dry, which is what the law requires. So they just chose the wrong spot. They got to go to a spot that.
And I see that, and I'm just saying, but as, part of why you're not getting any pushback here is because everybody here agrees that it's not the main thing to do to require 24-hour removal.
Right,
So
so
make a-
that's the point,
make
it
a
should be out. Okay, so I think our recommendation should be that the requirement that the person has to move every 24 hours in a place where they're allowed to sleep is definitely not recommended. Does anybody want to make that proposal? It's already in the findings, frankly. It's already in it.
When Ben is getting burnt on it anyway. The 24-hour deal.
Along with that, you have the aspect whereas. They're telling you everywhere you can't be, they're not telling you where you can't go, so. We would lose that one immediately.
That's the ACLU saying, it's like the Easter egg hunt. Where can I sleep? You can't sleep here, you can't sleep there, you can't sleep here, you can't sleep there. Where can I sleep?
Here's this little square foot right here.
Well, we don't need a lot of space, which is the important, and so let's talk about the city's concerns about designating a place. So let's ask this question. Do we think it's reasonable to designate a place where people can sleep that doesn't have a bathroom? Do you think that's objectively reasonable from the perspective of a homeless person? Yeah,
No.
you can sleep over there behind the. Now, remember, we're talking, we just need places for 15 people. We're not talking about large places. So, you know, we're gonna say you can sleep here, but we're not gonna provide you a bathroom. How does that, do people think that's objectively reasonable from the perspective of a homeless person?
I do not.
Well, at the state, we had some homeless advocates come and give us some presentations. And one of the person had a bunch of felonies and a bunch of other people had some felonies that they got from urinating in public because they had no place to go. Behind a bush, no one saw anything, but they, you know, they were urinating in public and that was a felony in that town. And that was a felony, now they can't get a job, and now they're even more homeless. So I think it's socially responsible to make sure that they have an opportunity, so we don't have pollution out there. And they have a place they can safely do it without getting arrested for it.
They're
I
gonna
don't
do it.
know what our rules are on, but
I mean-
on that, but
Every time you have a construction site porta potty, people use it. People walking down the street use it,
a lot of times people lock them, you know.
but it's like that, it's to me, walking a porta potty should be criminal. People racing over there and find a padlock, it's crazy. Like, I
I've been
can't,
there.
I can't promise you there'll be paper, but at least there's privacy.
Well, so I had my construction going on and I had a porta potty there. It was like $100 a month. For one, and that included weekly maintenance, and it was very reasonable. So I mean, we're talking about a site that has for 8 people, what, 2 porta potties, maybe 3 max, and so it's not that big of an expense. And also, if anybody says that our laws are unreasonable, we say, look, this place has a place for people to go to the bathroom.
Here's my question. I don't like this question, but I don't play softball or baseball, but are there potties at the baseball fields near Castor Road? So those kids play ball and have no toilet?
No, there's usually,
Out when the
what season starts, there's usually something down there.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think it should be a hardship to have a porta potty someplace. Even just, you know, if you've ever done 5Ks or whatever, and you're out hiking, they always put out porta potties, because they don't want people going on the side of the road. I know that there's been a lot of pushback on Hood to Coast because of people going to the bathroom in their driveways. It's like, find upstanding people, everybody has to go.
And I think we're kind of putting people in a position who we must provide a place for them to sleep, in a position for them to litter and put human waste out. We're kind of putting them in a position to be a criminal, even if they don't want to be. And I think people say, oh, they'll destroy the porta potties, they'll be this, they'll be that. It's like, you know what, let's cross that bridge when we come to it. That's a management issue. In my opinion.
It will get trashed.
Well, you know what, then we decide how we want to manage it, and you know, that's place and manner, right? That's manner. And then maybe people will help us. Because I could tell you, you know, the word will get out, that, you know, this is a safe place to stay. You can stay here for a few days. It'll become kind of people will come because they know that they can come here for a bit of a respite and move on. And maybe they'll be looking out for us. I think there are genuinely some people who aren't into destroying and are, you know, we're gonna have one right by the police station. It's gonna be right there. So if we catch you doing some destroying public property or whatever, that's probably something that the enforce.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of no porta potties, no garbage cans, which means really not turned out that way. Every time I see the garbage cans get all picked up, then there's dog food bags everywhere.
And I put in there about water, but I think people can carry their water.
Yeah, I mean, people are used to going and buying their water.
So let's see, I think that the ACLU is attacking on a few points, and we should understand that there's going to be a myriad of attacks that are potential, most of them unmerited, especially if we make a very fair law. What we're trying to avoid is we want to throw off the unmerited attacks, and we're trying to make a reasonable law that we can defend in court and get these cases thrown out. Otherwise, we're gonna be dealing with lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit, trying to say it should be over here, the time should be different. And so, anyway, the ACLU is a very, it's like the great white shark, but between the great white shark and the bottom, you've got the bottom feeders and all the potential lawyers in between that are gonna potentially pay an unsheltered person, hey, look, I'll give you $50, you can be my client, and then we're gonna make a suit. And we're gonna do a class action suit.
Right.
And so, coming back to Jacob's point about the individual has a problem, the lawsuit doesn't, the law does not allow for a person to sue to vindicate an individual right. So if we've got a system that's reasonable and they happen to have a problem, I have a problem because I have a restraining order. That would not be something they would be allowed to sue under the law, because it would be to vindicate an individual right. That would be another defense.
It's too specific.
That's correct.
We've made reasonable accommodation.
That's correct. And that would be an argument now. And so can we get that 530 back up, that 195.530? So one of the things that I think by taking this societal approach, it says that AA says city or county law does not include policies developed pursuant to ORS 195.500 or 195.505. Okay. And then if you go down to section 4, okay. A person experiencing homelessness may bring suit for injunctive declaratory to challenge the objective reasonableness of a city or county law described in subsection 2. So by bringing our approach into this humane social thing, we immunize ourselves from the attack under subsection 4. And so there's two ways to look at that. One is to say, well, that really just means how you remove people. It's got to be humane. I didn't write this, okay. Tina Kotek wrote it, and she got a lot of support for it. And maybe there's a genius in this, because it allows the city, the point of the law is to bring cities into compliance with recognizing the social aspect of the problem. We need to be thinking about our society and why it is that we have a subpopulation of our society that is in this kind of distress. And there's a whole bunch of different reasons for it. Once we do that, and we then try to approach the issue in that way, we are immunized from attack. And that is, I think, the point of the law. It's how you're treating people. It's how we do treat people here. How we have treated people here. In our city. In our great city with our great people. And so I say we adopt this law and we tell our attorney to defend us. We tune it up. We get out some bad things like, that in some of the other stuff, but then that's the strategy. And I think it's the right way to go, frankly. I don't know if does anybody think this is the wrong way to go? That we're doing something wrong here? Nobody. Okay, is there anybody online? I know I invited Kat. I don't know if they're still here. I don't know if Dan or Heather are here.
No, they both left.
Oh, doggone it. Well, I will say in the public meeting then, I'm hoping Dan and Heather provide their comments and their feedback for the council's review and consideration. And I'm hoping they review this whole hearing. I want the CAT people to, part of what the attack by the ACLU is you didn't get any homeless people, you didn't get any, we want the advocacy groups to tell us, why is this not objectively reasonable? Why is this not? And then listen to what they have to say. But they came to the hearing and I told them actually I wanted their support. Hopefully they'll give it. So,
Is there a hand up?
Yep.
oh, good.
I just, Jacob, can you clarify the email that was sent out regarding council saying this is not, our legal counsel did not think it was germane for the purpose of crafting new law. HB 3115 deals with allowing such, not removing such. When I keep seeing the word removing in the statute, I'm confused on that.
Yeah, I think what he's saying is your provisions for removal are separate from your provisions of allowance. And the 3115 stuff relates to the provisions of allowance. That's my understanding.
So it's a writing issue, not a necessarily a rule issue.
It's it's the, okay, you can or can't camp here. That's one thing. And then the provisions of removing the camp is a separate body,
Separate as.
essentially, yeah.
Why would they write the law that way then? Why would they write in the law that it doesn't count if your policies are adopted under this section and you take the time and trouble to adopt policies under the section? Why would they put that in there if it didn't need it?
They're just specifying that removal doesn't matter.
I want an attorney that is behind our approach and our defenses.
So, and that's, I mean, in the
That's what we want.
and the amount of time that we have. Unfortunately, that's,
But is there clarity that you can get? I mean.
well, he said, but you could include it.
Right, 'cause
So
okay, good.
if the planning commission says we want it, the council agrees, then. I don't think he's gonna try to amend it.
Right.
I'm just saying, and based on the past comments.
It may not
it
work.
was necessary.
It may just make fun. Go ahead, Jenny.
I just meant to get clarity, some
Yeah.
clarification statements from the attorney, because there's more than one attorney, it's like a team. And if we send him that question, would he come prepared to explain it to council? Or is that too much? Too short a notice?
Well, probably what's gonna happen is we'll get feedback here, we'll get feedback from the council. I'll feed that to Aaron and then he works on it for however long that takes and hopefully he can attend to the council meeting when it's time for prime time.
To smush it together?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think that he says that it's fine and it may or may not. Work. So we'll find out. But I can say the city of Bend by not putting their laws within this structure, they simply are going to be sued. They have no procedural defense to the laws at all. So when there's a lawsuit filed, the responding party can either attack the pleading and get the case thrown out as a matter of law, or they have to answer and deny, and then there's litigation. And the only other way to get to the point of resolution is through a trier of fact, either court or jury. But this gives us an opportunity to raise the clear statutory writing to say that we have complied with the law and we cannot be sued. And if the judge agrees, the case gets thrown out. And then that goes to appeal. And if the Court of Appeal agrees, then it's law. And then if the judge doesn't agree, the judge allows the suit to go forward. But we still have an appeal right, which we may decide to appeal. And the Court of Appeal may disagree and throw the case out. But if we don't include these provisions, which we're supposed to do under state law anyway, by the way, we're mandated to. We don't have the option. We just basically are wide open. So my point is let's comply with the state law, do what the state law says we're supposed to do, and do what we're supposed to do the best job we can, and fight fight for our land, fight for our places. We were reasonable. We need to protect our places for the people that live and work here. And for the people who are unfortunate and misfortunate, fortunately, we only have one. And we're allowing a place for 15 in 2 different spots.
Yeah, I think if you did an informal survey in a different time of year, you'd probably find more people.
Well, if those people can come through, and that's why it's important to say you got 5 days, try to move on. Your time is up, you've got to go. And make sure that we then enforce our law so that we have room for everybody who may need to come through, and maybe this is their annual migration for the summer, I don't know.
I know I've seen just doing site visits certain times a year, easily more than one, so.
A lot of the sites that were identified to me are on private property.
But the interesting thing about that, like for warehouse property north of Pittsburgh, they're aggressively keeping the homeless out. They usually about 4 camps there all summer long. And they've got cleared them, they've got big signs now. They have staff, they're gonna monitor that. So that's gonna push them into somewhere. So number one, our one guy is gonna be 5 guys now, or whatever, we don't know what that number is. I wouldn't keep saying 1.
Yeah.
We
Doesn't
don't know
help.
what that is. We don't know what that number is.
Well, let's see how we do with 15, and then, then we can figure out where we go from there. I mean, that's kind of I did look at some different camps, and it looked like there were a few people here and there, but I never saw any indication of any massive amounts of people. It went on public property.
There's camps on ODOT properties, times by Dalton Lake, there's been other places. They aren't private.
But they're not on our property, which is the difference. And so.
I think you gotta look at all how many people are living even on private land. Their potential to be on public land.
Isn't Dalton Lake our property?
ODOT.
Yeah, but no, I'm talking about outside of the Dalton Lake area.
Well, and I think that brings up a discussion, and that is. And this I think is the next stage of these. So the governor right now, and this is why I put in my findings. That the governor's proposal is to concentrate the resources in where the people already are. The mayors came out with a $14,000 per person, let's have money. But the governor is saying, I want to concentrate the resources where they already are, where the people already are. And so if you're talking about mentally ill persons and drug addicted persons, those people take specialized training to help. And that means you're going to need to concentrate efforts in those areas. And then also the question then becomes people who just simply want to go wherever they want to go. There will be a discussion at some point what rights they actually do have. And so right now, this discussion is, where do you have a right to sleep and keep warm and dry? And we are saying, hopefully it's here and you have 5 days. If it turns out that a lot of people want to come here, we cannot accommodate a lot of people. We're a town of 14,000 people. And so we may need to take more measures to defend ourselves and to get people to go where there are more resources. This is another public part of the discussion. Maybe what we need to do is looking more at preventing homelessness. Our drug policy in the state is not working, and in fact, it's just the opposite. There are more addicts and more drugs than ever. I think people are coming here because of they know that they can get their drugs here, and so, the way we treat the mentally ill, very expensive, but maybe we should be putting more resources there. But these are discussions to have later.
I'm looking for a spot to ask a couple kind of general questions. Am I good?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we need to make any provisions besides what's in the statute for dealing with their personal property?
I put in there that no matter what, their personal property gets dealt with by 195.505.
Okay.
Which means, I think that makes it safe for us. And then we avoid, you destroy people's property, whatever, it's gonna be a pain, but nevertheless, that's the safest route. We there's a codified way to deal with people's property. Even if the people's property we may seize. Under the immediate, somebody gets arrested, we take their property. We're gonna deal with it under 195.505.
Okay, and then my other one would be, do we have any authority on floating encampments?
We do, and that's why within the statute is, we have Title IX, which was a law that was developed through the city council with and I think Dan, you were. No, that goes to the waters of St. Helens. So we already have a statutory structure as far as waters of St. Helens. And so I included Title IX in this statute as part of, we referenced Title IX saying if you're on the water, you got to behave like the rules are Title IX.
Okay,
They're already regulated by the state of Oregon, the lands that owns the land into this floating structure.
Yeah, the water's not public property for the purposes of this particular bill, 3115, which just deals with the public property element.
thank you.
I know there's some change in the state. We've had lots of homeless camp cleanups on state lands, and there's some change in how long you have to hold the personal property. It's less time now. I'm not sure how long that is. I was just reading about that.
The state is the mighty state, and the state tells the cities that they have to comply with 195.505, but I don't know whether it's been updated or not. So I guess that'd be a question for Aaron is
I'm talking about from state land. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's personal property, period.
so does
I just
everybody,
noticed in the letter to Ben that mentioned that they had improperly cared for her. The personal property was an issue.
right, and so honestly, there's another section too, is that not only do we provide bathrooms, the city of Bend, one of the ACLU was saying that, people who, if we provide a storage place, which should be something to be considered. I think that's something we get input from Cat, but apparently that helps people that are homeless. If there's a place that they could store their goods, maybe, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how that would work. It'd probably be harder than, but at least, but to me, if we provide that, then that in these areas that we say you can go, we're gonna give you a bathroom and a place to store your stuff. You got 5 days. And you're not have to leave.
Anybody does that.
What's that?
Anybody does that.
What?
Storage place for people.
City of Portland does.
Oh, wow.
So you go look for a job. That's the reason.
Okay, there you go. And so
There's a storage facility just on the other side. Across from Johnny's, not too far. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, they're expensive.
So is there any other okay, so then we talked about vehicles, and Jacob, we didn't really tune up the vehicle thing. We sort of left it in the Title 10.
Yeah, we did. And so when I talked to Aaron about it, his thought was, because I talked about some of the vehicle stuff, and his thought was, well, the first thing you should do is figure out Title 12 before you work on other ones. And at this juncture, I don't know how far we're gonna get into those other chapters, but it could be something done later. I don't know. If you have a recommendation,
We can certainly know right now that first of all, our parking laws only talk about RV parking. So we should put car in there too, because RVs can only park, I think, for 5 days and they have to leave the city. And so.
Yeah.
And so right now you can kind of park a car almost as basically anywhere, anytime, as long as you want. And so I do think that car thing needs to be tuned up.
In chapter 8.
I think it's chapter 10, but that's, or Title 10, I think it's in there.
Why can't it be the same as tent camping?
It can't, we just don't have a law for it right now, and so,
I thought the stuff with cars and stuff, cause maybe I'm clueless. But I thought anything that was parked on the street has to have, there's motor vehicle rules that apply to that. Like current title registration, and it has to be a working movable vehicle.
Mhm.
So you can't, although they do it all over Portland, have dead vehicles. Just here, there and everywhere, and then clean dead vehicles and test sites. So like, there's already laws in the books that govern on. As, doesn't matter if people are sleeping in them or living or what, you can't have dead vehicles on the street.
I believe it's fifth wheel with a light with a current plates, but it's truck attached to it. It's gonna be there
Oh,
forever.
yeah.
so I do think that that needs to be tuned up, but I do agree with Mr. Heisel that we should be enforcing parking regulations within our vehicle.
So chapter 840 is abandoned and discarded vehicles, 1040 is traffic control, and then 1012 is parking.
Yeah, and there's something in there about RVs.
Yeah, so in the parking, because I looked at the various other chapters. Just in case that came up like fires and stuff. But one of the ones I wrote down, parking trailer, boat, or RV on any street for more than 5 days in any 30-day period. Provisions to clarify that not being parked in the same place is not a defense. Yeah, that's if it's just sitting there in the same place for a amount of time, that's when it's.
Now where there's vehicles that never move.
And then there's a provision to extend that. Beyond the 5-day period within the 30 days, I think the city administrator can do that. And that's where it only says RVs. Is that the one you think should say vehicles too? Or are you thinking of something?
Yeah, because I think RVs, you're only allowed to park for a certain number of days, and so if you're in the RV or out of the RV, you can only park in a certain number of days, and then you've got to get it off the street. Cars, though, can just hang out for a long time, so we, somebody could literally live in their car probably indefinitely right now under our car rules,
There's
so.
lots of people in lots of cities that's the only housing they can afford. But
Well,
if it's roadworthy and titled and tagged, I don't think there's anything you can do about it because they can move it down the street.
if it's an RV, if you.
No,
park
but I
it-
mean, if it's in their vehicle, like if it's somebody sleeping in their Suburban. And they just move it to the next block, you're never gonna know that they're sleeping in their Suburban.
Okay, so under the RV rules. If you get 5 days anywhere in the city, then they gotta be off the city streets, so. I do think that we need to address car camping because there are those big problems there, people are gonna camp in cars and. Where they gonna go to the bathroom, and we don't wanna have people camping in streets and neighborhoods, so. Right now, the model I was proposing was simply, you got 5 days, I do think maybe we should start looking at our car law and saying. I don't know, it's a slippery slope, Jacob, so if you are camping in your car, maybe 5 days within the city limits and that's it. Or maybe we want to put them over by, by the other folks on Castor Road and. But so far, I haven't heard a lot of people complaining about people camping in their cars.
There's quite a few people, I haven't seen them this winter, but I saw them last year. And Walmart parking lot and the library parking lot. Those are two streets I go by a lot, and I see a lot of vehicles that. And the librarian at the time made a comment that they're there every night, they leave during the day and they're there every night. That it's a safe place, it's quiet, they're not bothering people, but they leave during the day, so they technically. Would not be affected by this law, because they aren't staying there 24 hours a day. They probably go on about their business and go to their job or go find a place to go to the bathroom.
So offenses against the city and RVs and boats and trailers, I think I see where you see vehicles are not addressed. So parking of a trailer or boat in a city street for a period more than 5 days in any 30-day period. That's a violation. It's not a defense to a citation pursuant to the subsection, that the trailer or boat was not parked in the same spot continuously. And then parked, wrecked, or inoperable stuff.
And then the provision for the RV, parking recreational vehicle on a city street for a period of more than 5 days in any 30-day period. Again, that's an offense against the city. Not a defense, it's about staying in the same place. I know there was that provision in here. Well, I don't want to waste your time.
Well, let's just say that that's an acknowledged gap in our structure. And I put it in one of the memos is that perhaps is something that Mr. Isel can consider and figure out how he can fold that into vehicle offenses against the city. We did not get to that.
Yeah, I'm just worried, given the time, how deep we're gonna be able to get into all the chapters.
That's it. I mean, I thought the boating chapter was good, and I think the RV chapter speaks for itself. So really, we're just looking at vehicles and or perhaps just saying, you can't sleep in your vehicle more than 5 days anywhere on the city street in any 30-day period or something like that. And that way, people know that, they can park their cars somewhere. They can only stay for 5 days. And then if we start having a lot of trouble with people parking here, then maybe we update our regulations.
5 days per location or cumulative?
5 days cumulative in any 30-day time frame would be like 5 days within a 30-day time frame. The only time that people are going to notice if people are calling the police. I mean, it's sort of, I think, the social nature of the thing is that if nobody's bothering anybody, people don't bother people, but as soon as they kind of stand out, they're in a place they shouldn't be. People recognize, hey, look, I'm gonna call the police. That's the trigger. I don't think the police are gonna be running around looking for people.
If you've got an RV, you don't have to go to the designated campsite.
No, it's under Title 10. You get 5 days in the city and then you gotta go.
In front here.
Yeah. And that's the rule. That's the way the rule's been for years. Now,
So-
yeah.
So
Unless you think. I mean, once we start trying to, to me, it's 5 days, then they gotta go. They're in an RV. Then they leave. I've seen people park here for a few days on the street and then they're gone. Yeah.
There was a problem up on Oregon Street, I think, with RVs parking, wasn't there, Jacob?
yeah, that's one of the places you've seen them and they sit there for a while and eventually go.
Is it the rail right of way?
Yeah.
Sure wide.
As long as they go, that's the point. Look, I've driven RVs in Staten places. I've had towed my RV and parked and I'm gone to sleep. Exactly. I've done it. People do it. People all the time come here to sleep. They're driving through. This is an RV world in Oregon. People are traveling all over the place. They drive in these funky RVs and they pull into St. Helens and they stay for a few days and then they leave. That's how I see it all the time. I don't want to harass everybody who's just coming through.
So one of my questions, because you talk about relying on the vehicle code, but you're still addressing it in this draft proposal.
Right now, I think the gap is that cars kind of are unlimited. We gotta fit the cars that people are camping in within this RV. And so maybe that's what we do. And so if it just happens to be noticed that people are camping in here, and here you are, and you're beyond the RV, well, now we can say, okay, you've been here. The police, I'm sure, will have a mechanism for that.
So that,
You are addressing it here. Are you saying that this should come out?
well, it's
For RVs and vehicles upon the city streets 5 day, no, leave it there. Does this conflict with Title 10? I think that was
Yeah, this is in Title 12 that you're.
yeah, this is this.
yeah, let's leave it there then.
I would rather address it in the title that it should be addressed in on that.
Oh, and you even have.
This, we're trying to do 3115, which doesn't deal with those at all.
Well,
I think it needs to be dealt with for sure.
car camping is part of the federal stuff, so I think car camping potentially could be a class action of people who camp in their cars. And so is 5 days at any location with the city in a 60-day period? Is 5 and 60 reasonable? 5 and 30?
If they get tagged, they got 72 hours after 5 days.
Yeah, well,
The vehicle.
tagged, if they did 72 hours, I'll leave that up to the police. To me, it's, you know. Right now, under this code, it'd be a warning. Then it'd be $25, then it'd be, hey, look, you're a third time person, you know, I can arrest you now. I mean, we're serious about our laws. You need to follow our laws. And by the way, so I talked to the DA. I don't think we're ever gonna have to really try to enforce these laws very much. Because normally with this sort of activity, other law violations occur. They violate other laws. And so the police don't really have to enforce the sleeping and lying laws. Because when they encounter people, people are committing other crimes. And that's what they get arrested for. So I don't know if we're ever going to get to the point where the police are actually arresting somebody. There are going to be a lot of other things that people are going to do. Littering is a big one, because you see the trashed camps, right? So folks that are in shelter have a tendency to leave their trash on the ground. So they end up being subject to prosecution for litter or other law violations, like, you know, other ones. But so the district attorney says we don't really using our anti-sleeping and camping laws. We use laws that a lot more teeth in them and that we can enforce. Without running into 8th Amendment challenges and challenges that the laws are unreasonable. He told me there are actually a lot of other communities that do rely on their sleeping and camping laws. And those people are gonna have to figure out how to manage their property.
Since we're talking about time, because there's a provision about 5 continuous days, but then afterwards, the person must vacate the city for 60 days. I don't see that flying. How can
Well,
you,
the vehicle needs to leave for 60 days. I don't know.
well, there's the one that applies to people. Afterwards, the person or persons must vacate the city of St. Helens for at least 60 continuous days. And then there's another one for vehicles, which is 90 days. And I don't see that surviving.
Which one?
A,
The requirement to leave city limits after 5 days.
Well, let's say this. So what happens? The person camps for 5 days. And then where do they go? Do you want to just say that's it? And then we can cite you. So I guess we could just say, we'll just cite you if you're still here, right? We don't have to say you have to leave, but if you have no place to go, then we're going to cite you. Because the point is this: time, place, and manner restrictions are allowed. And so the question is how long do we want people coming to set up here? And this is a societal thing.
But
We're a town of 14,000 people. We cannot possibly take on anybody who just wants to show up and live here. It just cannot occur.
But isn't the essence of this is the ability to enforce, or the inability to enforce if someone doesn't have a place to go?
The essence is, the essence of this, wait, say it one more time. I want to make sure that I understand your question.
Well, I'm trying to look at it.
Say it
So-
again. Tell me again.
So isn't the essence of this, and this is based on the League of Oregon Cities, and that you can't enforce your laws if the person has no place to go?
No, they say that you can enforce reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. And so this brings in the whole societal thing. Okay, this is why we're doing this discussion. is because we're a town of 14,000 people, extending the logic of I can stay as long as I want. I don't have a job. I don't have a place to live. And I'm just gonna hang out and have all you people take care of me. That is the thing that we have a right to defend ourselves against as a town of 14,000 people. And we have a right to say where you can go. People need to look, let's say this. That's why I have the different people, right? So are you mentally ill such that you're involuntarily unsheltered?
Yeah, that's why I became a planner.
Sorry, so one of the legal concepts that I see forwarding is there's going to be a lot more involuntary sheltering of people. Because, people say, I'm so crazy. People are so crazy that they can't live. Do we have a right to say this is where you can live? If somebody's saying I'm drug addicted, so therefore there are a lot of people that are drug addicted that are functional drug addicts. Tons. And then there are the folks that get so lost in it that they give up everything just for that. So at what point do they cross the line such that we can say, you have to go here? It used to be jail. We found you with any possession, right? We found this on you, you've crossed the line, you're going to jail. And that's where we house a lot of people who are drug addicts, it's jail. And then now we've passed a law that says, if you have a little bit of drugs on you, you can't throw you in jail anymore. And so now they're all out on the street. But does that mean they could just go anywhere they want, anytime they want? So the legal concept is that the federal court says we have the right to impose reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. And what I say is, you need as a human being to get yourself together. That's my expectation of you.
And in 5 days.
You know what? You can't stay here for more than 5 days. There will be other places that will have a much greater tolerance. And that's where you go, or you go to where you can find a job, or you do what you need to do. But we have a law that says you have 5 days. Otherwise, everybody would just have to accept everybody unlimited. We'd all have to provide places more and more and more. And maybe that's where we're going to end up. But at least they're not going to be in our neighborhoods. So let's just say the 15 people say we want to stay here for longer than 5 days. We want to never leave. Do we have a right to expel them? I believe we do. I believe that we do. Because the law says time, place, and manner.
Expel them from city limits.
Yeah, Ginny's example is, well, what if there's somebody homeless and they're getting shelter? Are you saying that they have 5 days and they find shelter, but they have to leave? The 60 days vacates for 60 days is confusing me. What if someone finds a place to live? They've lived, are you saying that you have to get?
Let's get rid of the afterwards, then delete that. And we're just gonna say, we're gonna enforce, if you're here for 5 days and you don't have a place to go, we're gonna warn you, write you a ticket, whatever. Go ahead, Mark, understand.
So my experience with the homeless population is that a lot of them are involved with CAT, right? It's part of the deal. They can get, housing through CAT. If you are to expel somebody who's been camping for 5 days, who might be on that wait list for 60 days, then at that point, they're like, they may not have a phone, like their only way to get contact with CAT and to get this apartment, whatever they're getting, is to walk there twice a week, 3 times a week or whatever. And if they can't do that, then all of a sudden their housing option just went down the tubes.
Delete it, delete afterwards to the 60 continuous days, and let's just see how it works.
Well, because it's gonna be an individual thing, because there's people that have checked out.
Exactly.
And they're waiting to commit a crime, and they're not interested in getting on their feet. And then there's gonna be people that through no fault of their own or through fault of their own, and they just need a hand up. And so you can't lump the perpetual criminal in with the person that her husband walked out on her and she has no job and she has 3 kids and she's waiting for an apartment from CAT. You can't put those two groups.
And I think our city will be smart enough to know that.
Yeah, I think giving the law enforcement the leeway to enforce things as needed. Because like you said, but the other communities are finding out that a lot of the people you want to get rid of. You wait a couple days, they'll do something else you can arrest them for.
Maybe we could say afterwards, the person must vacate the location for at least 60 days. I guess my point is that I was trying to avoid people playing the game of like, here I am, here for 5 days, I leave, now I'm back for 5 days. And so there's kind
We
of.
used to do that in the campground here, that's why there's no camp.
There you go. See, we've had that problem before. So how do we allow people to camp and yet say, look, your time is up, you've got to go?
And I don't know how you do that without having some of those other rules.
Maybe we could say that.
That's
you
where
know,
the hybrid
there's
model.
5 days in any 30-day period, and then just hope the police are flexible. How's that sound? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be relying on their discretion.
I do agree that it is tough to say, oh, your 5 days are up, you're out the door for 60 days, otherwise you've committed a crime. I mean, that
Right, and somebody-
you're correct in pointing that out.
Somebody might,
Building a lawn and making something for a law, but you're not taking into account, there will be compassion and
the humanity.
humanity, so it's all gonna be bent, whatever works for the cop out there to make it happen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the person as well, right?
And they can do what they want, and they know that.
Right, but I think that provision is gonna be tough to say we're like expelling people for 60 days and they can't come back.
That'd be cool though.
What? What did you say?
Out on a rail.
Yeah, gotta go.
Out of town.
I put it in a gym.
I guess if we start having problems with people abusing our. We have trouble with people abusing them. I mean, the biggest problem with the concern of the camp.
Like said, Toski, you said that it's unlikely it gets to, the DA is not gonna enforce this. So if you have a habitual camper, which is 5 days here, 5 days there, they're probably breaking other laws, right? They're probably doing something else that is criminal. So it's really just not like the habitual 5 days, 5 days. Is not
Right.
really gonna be a problem.
Right, that's right. I think that they're gonna be, right, so let's just get rid of it and see how it goes. Get rid of afterwards. To 60 days. And then. The persons and the vehicles must vacate the city, so maybe what we just say is get rid of the afterwards as well on that one. Afterwards. Get rid of that. I wish I would have brought my Word document.
Well,
Yeah, you got the Word document, right, Jenny?
I do, yeah,
Yeah, you
actually.
could just pull the Word document up. Delete those things and then we can just kind of. We start using the document as a working document.
yeah, that makes.
I want to get rid of that A section too. I'll get rid of some of our findings that we don't need and then,
Yeah, I think it'd be good to thin those out, just to.
yeah, let's
focus on
get rid of A
most
right
important
now.
ones.
Because that, I don't, I agree with Charlie unless anybody really wants
Not
it.
defensive.
I'm still gonna track changes though.
Yeah, good. And then I like that one there just because it helps bring in the society point of view that, that's why we don't want tents on the streets. That's why we don't tents in people's,
I have
yeah.
I have
go
a
ahead.
question about quiet enjoyment, your interpretation, maybe. I've got a hot rod with a really bright color, I'm gonna park on the street, and you don't like those bright colors. It's not very quiet driving down the street and seeing my hot rod with its bright colors, or its loud exhaust or whatever, or something you just don't happen to like, because it's a Volkswagen or whatever. So quiet enjoyment, that's really subjective.
The real estate ownership term too, though, that's.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
It's a legitimate terminology.
Yeah, it's not,
That's how they define.
it doesn't mean, it means my peace of. Like peace of mind. And so, yeah, if somebody is driving their hot rod down the street and it's considered a nuisance, you aren't somebody's quiet enjoyment. And they could bring an action for nuisance if they really want to, or they could just come and say, hey, we're trying to sleep, can you?
Yeah.
Is there stuff you can really do?
Oh, it's loud, but.
I just assumed all those quads go up and down the street all day long, all summer long. It's just part of living on my street.
No, that's illegal.
Not
It can't be on the road.
You know, you're on the road now.
Yeah, quads, three-wheelers, mini bikes, all of it up and down the road.
Hard to catch.
360 right there at the end of my block.
Oh, please.
Wow,
Yeah,
Sixth Street's wild.
I'm telling you, if it's sunny, it's wild.
Can't beat them joining.
They're having their quiet enjoyment.
Yeah.
They got their headphones on. They can-
I think the A and B are kind of repetitive, so let's get rid of one or the other.
I think I crossed out A, is that,
Oh,
Or
the
do you need-
new A,
oh,
new A,
this one, get rid of this one.
yeah. And then we've got the use of public property for sleeping on the water dry. That's within 400 feet of any private. That is not in conformance with.
Do you want to keep the 400 feet here?
Yeah, and I think that if we could say, why is it objectively reasonable to say you can't sleep near a house, and I think we can find a whole bunch of reasons for that.
Okay, 400.
Yeah.
By the way, quiet enjoyment on Google is the right to inhabit or use certain property without disturbance.
There you go. But when you go to and from your property and people are camping, it is disturbing to people. It is, and so it's definitely an irregularity.
Do you take that to where you're driving down Columbia Boulevard, and there's a house you don't like looking at? You go into that house? It's got trash all around it and it's painted weird. It isn't very pleasant for you. But you have a right to, that interrupts your quiet enjoyment, get to your house.
I see what you're saying, and I think it's different because that's a person who's actually earned their right to be there, and they may be. There are other laws to do that. It's not green.
Like camping, it's
Hopefully it'll be all natural standard.
Actually, we do have elimination of blight as one of our proactive items that we might eventually get to. You saved it to your desktop?
Making sure that I have a saved version.
Yeah, good idea. So you're not, well, you can drop it. So we're gonna work off your desktop now.
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
make sure I save it on here.
All right. I like this, sleeping and camping, public property, park, waterfront, public places. I'm trying to protect our waterfront too, because so people have a place to go for respite. You remember, I think it's Brenda, the librarian, talked about the psychological studies of people having open spaces and getting peace of mind, and it's one of the very important people.
Or,
Vital.
These feel repetitive to me.
that's what I was gonna say.
All right, pick
Yeah.
one and get rid of B and leave C.
My comment is, it's talking about the well-being of the public. Public is all encompassing, including unhoused.
They get something out of it too. Everybody does. And when you put a tent there and people are throwing garbage around or people are camping there, people are deprived of the use of it in a way that is peaceful to everybody.
And that's why I think I agree, I would keep the C and get rid of the B.
Okay.
I don't think C is necessary.
Is that one there? Equally experiencing homelessness and not? Well, I think the reason why I put C in there is a tendency for the homeless rights advocates to be advocating the homeless as a special class, like being gay or black or white or race. They're trying to create a special that's a special class. And so what we're trying to say is no, these laws apply equally to everybody. And that's going to be our legal concept. That's why it's in there, but I don't think it's necessary.
In Beach, we had trails. I mean, we made.
Yeah. Trails.
Trail systems eventually.
Trail systems. Trails, okay. So how do people feel? Should we leave that in there that it applies equally to people experiencing homelessness? And those who are not? Equal to all persons regardless of economic status, age, religion. And orientation matters. I think we should also put in there, economic status. I want an economic status in there. Because I think everybody in the town, whether you're in the richest area, the poorest area, or anywhere in between, has a right to your property that you earn the right to be in. I think the rights are equal.
Are you saying add that or?
No, it's in there already.
Pushing it, okay.
Yeah, I think we're trying to protect the poorest folks too, that. You know,
We have a
maybe
big yard.
they don't, you know what, or maybe they say, oh, it's okay, just, put them in their neighborhood, and it's like, you know what, no. No, they have just as much rights as the richest people.
Can you combine those?
Yeah, you're saying that in B,
That's why I would rather just keep D and get rid of C.
yeah.
Okay.
Anytime you start listing out things, you're gonna miss one.
Yeah, right.
All right.
We already refer to the public of above on one thing, and we're saying that applies to everybody.
Okay, and then I'm interested in Counselor Gunderson's take on this one. Persons experiencing homeless generally are homeless for the following reasons: mental illness, drug addiction, including alcohol addiction, persons purposefully homeless, or without funds for housing due to lifestyle choice or choices, and persons who do not have sufficient funds to afford housing. Any and all of the above, meaning.
Why
are you putting
it?
Why listed?
And so, if we go back to the letter, okay, so if we go back to the letter, well, that's pretty comprehensive, and I've spent a lot of time talking about it.
The
I think about
ACLU
it.
letter?
If you go back to the ACLU letter, they want to define everybody experiencing homelessness as the most vulnerable group. They even say it, and I'm like, you know what? That's not true. They're not the most vulnerable at all. There are some within the group that are vulnerable, but there are others that are not. And so this vulnerable, there it is. The EP has documented disruption of people's and a complete disregard for the impact that sweeps have on the most vulnerable Bend residents. See, our objective is we're going to treat people like human beings. They're not dogs, they're not cats. They make decisions on their own. They're perfectly capable of taking care of themselves unless they've been legally adjudicated to not be able to take care of themselves, in which case we will take care of you. But until such time, you can take care of yourself. You're not a most vulnerable person. Our expectation of you is you need to do better for you every day, which is the same expectation that we all have of everybody. So I like the idea of saying, well, I'm trying to break away from this definition of experiencing homelessness. I'm trying to look at it from, we're trying to look at it from a societal point of view. Everybody wants this one size fits all thing. People say, well, wait a minute. I mean, I think Jacob found out. Jacob, didn't you? I think Mark said in the meeting, in our planning commission joint council meeting, there are a lot of people that don't want to live in a house. They want to be free. They're free people. They want to live it. That's their deal. And then there are some people that want to be away from other people. Those people are experiencing houselessness. There are some people who don't want to work. There's some people who want to live off the system. They're not all vulnerable people. In fact, some of them are pretty darn smart.
You can list those, but they're also homeless.
They're persons purposefully houseless or without funds for housing due to lifestyle choice.
Or without funds, like.
Yeah.
Mark, do you think that captures most, if all?
And a combination. And a mix.
I mean, it's not exhaustive, but
It says generally.
yeah,
Generally.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, he's an expert. I mean,
Actual expert, yes.
right, you worked for CCMH, right? And
Yeah, but this isn't my deal.
okay.
I think you're on track with that.
We're trying to get away from everybody who's experiencing homelessness fits into one category. And as a society, since we're making a societal approach, we have expectations of you folks. And, you know, get off the drugs, go get a job. And you know what, and even the CAT people will tell you that there are people that if we just give them a little bit of a bridge, they're gonna do better. And then there are gonna be the people that don't care, but there are these people that actually can be helped. We want to make sure that we definitely can throw them a lifeline. And we don't lump everybody in together, because honestly, those are the people that are gonna show up to our places, they're gonna keep them neat, they're gonna use the bathrooms, they're gonna go try and get a job. And they're not gonna want people there that are trashing it.
There are people that are homeless that have jobs
That's correct.
and then kids go to school. And they're purposely there.
And that's why the governor and Cat and other people are trying to build, you know, getting more housing so that people can. And those people can transition into shelter environments.
Yeah, it worked for me for 5 years on my construction sites, and he was homeless. He came to work every day.
Well, you know what, then I mean, that, I congratulate him. I mean, the guy did.
His coffee mug wasn't all coffee. He worked.
Okay, the city of St. Helens is a small city and cannot reasonably care for and house, whether it be in shelter or campgrounds, persons from outside of St. Helens who are experiencing homelessness other than on a temporary basis. I think we make that finding and we live with it because it's true. If everybody from Portland came here, we'd be crushed. The people in Portland are already crushing Portland. It's the richest and most populous city in the state, and they're crushing Portland. I mean, they got more money, they got more power, they've got more police, and they're being crushed. So the best method of removing homeless campsites.
Well, I just had a question on the word small.
All right, what word would you like to put?
Well, I'm not sure. And the reason I thought about that, just thinking, you know, because we had to deal with that, the duplex laws. And in the 3 counties, Tillamook, Clatsop, Columbia, we were the only one of that 10,000 size that applied. So, I mean, I don't know if it matters, but comparatively, compared to a lot of Oregon communities.
Just say this, you can just take this out.
Yeah, comparatively small. Okay, yeah, that's right.
I mean, this is the same point.
Right.
that we
It
can't
is,
hear
it
from
is, you're right.
All right, yeah, okay.
That's good.
Yeah,
How do you know they're from outside of St. Helens?
well, I think that we could handle our own people.
They have a mark in
Their driver's license.
I think our own people, let's say, you know, I think that we have enough people that become homeless within the city that we can handle them. And if it should turn out that we have the economic circumstances that people within our city need more services, we should definitely provide them. But I think that most of the people come from outside. That's my opinion. I mean, we're not creating the homeless problem.
You're saying our intention is. We can control who comes freely into our city.
That's true,
It's a public road.
but we can control how long they stay.
Yeah.
If they don't have a place to stay.
I think it'd be difficult to enforce that you're from St. Helens or not from St. Helens.
That's not really it. It's more like we aren't causing this problem. This problem, you know, there are thousands of homeless people and there's more all the time. We may be contributing somewhat in our band 14,000 person bandwidth or not. But we are not creating it.
This is a finding.
Yeah,
It's the findings is not.
right. This is a fight.
Okay, that's okay. I was thinking of it as a.
Context.
Okay. I agree with that.
This one feels problematic to me, but
The best method for removing homeless camping sites is to prevent them from occurring in the first place. Why isn't that true? Meaning, get your stuff together and,
but it's not about what the law is, right? We're not trying to prevent them in the first place. It has nothing to do with what you're codifying.
good, that's fine. Is anybody wed to that? I'm not. So, I mean, if there's a concern raised. I'm not, it's a good argument, but I don't, we see.
The wording just sounds, I mean, it throws the potential out there for it to be attacked. I believe.
It isn't offering a solution.
Yeah, I don't think it's adding anything that makes,
If anyways, I'm willing to get rid of, I'm not wed to that paragraph at all. This is, okay, this one I definitely want to leave in somewhere because. This is really recognizing that what we're already doing is the right way to handle it. We are already
we talked
compliant.
about that one.
But I think I agree with Jacob, though, I don't. It doesn't sound like a finding.
Yeah,
So
but
I
then
think we could put it in, I mean, I think it's fine to have it.
you wanna put it in
part of it, but-
enforcement, you wanna put it down in the enforcement section? Like,
Or better.
Did it? Oh,
you wanna put it down in the. You know, instead of writing in a ticket or giving them a warning, that's the initial step.
hmm,
First we encounter them, yeah, why don't we put it in enforcement?
see how that looks.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Removal?
that's it, property, no, first violation, so it'd be under. That would be a go above A, so it'd go right there,
Yeah.
yeah. Damn. Yeah,
That's the soft approach, and
then we just warn them, just get a written warning. And then a fine, a very small fine, and then it's like, look. Really serious about this, and I don't think it'll ever get to C, frankly. Because I think police will find another way.
they're cooperating, we're doing our job, and it doesn't get past A.
It doesn't get past A, correct? If they're cooperating, we're doing our job and,
So we have buildings, of course.
so let's hope it, I think the biggest fear is if we create it, they will come and,
Pollyanna, but might be a little too Pollyanna, but. Should do the best we can.
So we're back at the,
we gotta provide a place, that's the law, so. So now we're back to. So we already had the discussion, I do think we should maintain the distinction between campsite and established campsite. And we had a very long discussion on that, and I think we resolved that in favor of leaving it the way it is, and this is, just leave that in there if we could, as these are all the areas that were originally listed in a draft version that Jacob and I were working off of. And then I crossed them all out. Basically, this is to describe every place where people can't go. And then I tried to simplify it by simply identifying an area where people can go. And so,
yeah, I think that list, if we kept that in there, it would be absurd.
yeah, I mean, it just seemed long, and I was trying to say, let's simplify it, and since we're gonna go with identifying places anyways, what the planning commission subcommittee came up with, I just thought, why just delete all those?
I'm glad you did that.
Okay. And then. So then I just really think we leave that to, I did talk to the chief because I was concerned that if we, Russ had actually suggested potentially that area behind the recreation building. And the chief said he thought that was good because it would allow the police to patrol it. And he thought it was fine. He said that, in Las Vegas and some other places where he came from, they had areas that the police could patrol. And so he was supportive of that location because I was wondering if he'd be concerned because it's near their offices, but it was just the opposite. And then I took a long, hard look at that map, and we took a long, hard look at that map, and since we don't need a lot of space, I thought we could probably find someplace down Castor Road.
The thing is, we may not retain ownership of all that forever.
Remove it. Public property, we can do it.
We all know code can change.
Is there some concern about the use of the recreation facility that the public wouldn't like having the camp is right next door?
Well, I think that.
I'm just asking the question. How it's used. The children.
Well, it's just a
left there.
field right now.
I'm not talking about the field.
The building use is changing though.
Well, we need to identify a place and
That's right.
we could put a fence and we could make it look nice and, you know, people, I think safety is the primary concern of the folks that. Right, Jacob? I mean, from what you heard, what I hear from Kat and what I got from your interviews was. The number one reason why people sleep where they do is safety. That the people feel safe. So. If we need to screen it somehow, I mean, people may say, well, I don't want it, you know. I don't want it there. It's like, well, it's gotta be somewhere.
You can get that anywhere, but
Quiet enjoyment of the recreation.
I mean, that's kind of near. More of an industrial area and there's maybe Johnny's might not like it because.
Steve, would it conflict with, your criteria of it being near a riparian resource? Right by it.
Yeah.
I think it's far enough away by, I don't know what.
But it's a designated place.
300 feet.
And that was in the old list. But it's been removed from the list. That was in the alternative version where it says places you couldn't go. But it's not in the subcommittee draft. If, and this is something I thought about, if we end up with a hybrid version, we would need to call that out as an exception, I think. So, but yeah, good thinking. After 4 hours.
He had coffee.
After
That's a big deal.
74 hours for me.
Yeah. Big deal in the Springwater corridor, they had the largest homeless camp west of the Mississippi or something like that. So all in a wetland and it was a big mess for that particular habitat.
I'd like to buy that.
Yeah, before we end today, I want Dan to comment on some of the city's idea of that within 50 feet of the streams, because but let's finish this first. Because that was in the city's version. I really wanted Dan to chime in on that. Okay, Sand Island docks per Title IX, public streets.
Do you need a, Jacob, you were talking about not referencing this because it's addressed in other titles. This,
While it does bring in that people will use RVs, we're looking at our social thing, right? So we are considering it. But we're just updating, saying we're gonna public streets with an RV or vehicle under Title 10. And so we're referencing city docks pursuant to Title 9.
I see.
RV streets pursuant to Title 10.
You want to list as many as possible because you're trying to be generous with how many locations that.
Well, what I'm saying is that these are areas where we are allowing people to camp, whether you're homeless or not, frankly. I mean, you don't have to be homeless to camp for 5 days, you know. We could all just pack up and once we have the place, go head out to Castor Road and pitch our tent, hang out for 5 days.
Okay.
Does that go the same for the storage too?
Probably, I don't know. We haven't got to the storage part yet. I'm gonna leave that up to, I didn't get down as far as the storage. So this one just says any person camping or sleeping under this title must follow the regulations of the particular camping site. Municipal code, state law. If there are no such rules, these rules apply. And then no person having open fire or flame, which is right in the code. We don't have to allow it. The 12 foot by 12 foot is other cities have adopted 12 foot by 12 foot that seem reasonable. That way people can't say, I've got all this space. No person may camp out in this title or titles referenced in this. That might be repetitive. No person will maintain the area where they are sleeping. The person will maintain the area that's sleeping where they are sleeping in clean condition. And upon vacating the site. In clean condition.
Well, it's possible. There was a guy on the canvas bed of a Pottsburg Road. He was there for months. He left, you couldn't see ever been.
Good. Hey, there's more folks like that.
Clean guy. He just rode his bike to work. I don't know what he did.
That'd be a good camper.
On the burning thing.
Yeah.
So in chapter 836, there is a outdoor fire prohibition. But there's an exception to that. And the exception includes cooking fire and contained in an enclosure designed for outdoor recreation or cooking, but specifically excluding burn barrels and recreation fire. So there are some exceptions to that, like cooking.
But I think it just says to keep warm,
An open fire or flame,
to keep warm.
yeah.
Doesn't say anything about cooking. So the person's,
I think open captures that.
let's let the police decide when they're crossing the line. If they're sitting there with a big old bonfire, that's not allowed, but if somebody's got their little stove out trying to cook dinner. I'm sure hoping the police don't want to bust somebody for that. That would not be, I don't think they would.
Yeah, I mean about code contradictions.
Do you feel like there's a contradiction? Doesn't seem-
I'd have to reread it.
Okay.
This is just in the camping. It's in the area, like little area we have, or the big area, whatever. Can't be having fires if you want your little cook stove or whatever. It doesn't say anything about cooking. Persons will use, yeah, you're right. Okay, so yeah, okay, so what do you want to do about the toilet facilities? I guess they can go anywhere they want as long as there's a toilet, so well, I don't think we want to force them to use it there. I guess that was your point, Jacob, right? They must use the toilet facilities at the site, like can't go to the bathroom anywhere else.
This is yours.
Yeah, exactly. Can't go to the bathroom anywhere else. You must go to the bathroom here. That wasn't the intent. It's more like,
Will be provided, you shall not be.
yeah, maybe what we could do is just leave both of those out and figure that people will know what the hell to do.
Oh, the garbage and toilet.
Yeah. They'll throw the garbage in the
Littering.
garbage.
Littering rule anyway.
Yeah, and they'll use the toilet. I don't think we need to tell them.
Dumping
They'll
or
figure it out.
wastewaters.
And then is this repetitive? Because I think we already got, let me see, establishment. Oh, okay, so this is kind of, established campsites and camps created under a declaration of emergency shall be removed per ORS.
So so there's places, so this is places you're allowed to camp, places allowed by the city administrator, but only following the city administrators or the mayor's public declaration of an emergency and only for a maximum of 30 days. So it's related to that declaration of emergency.
Earthquake or flood or fire that burns out the town.
National disaster,
Yes.
community.
Yes.
disaster.
I talked to John, because there's a section that there was one that the city was proposing that the city administrator could authorize campsites, and I talked to him, said I wanted there to be a declaration of emergency. Because I thought that was too much power for any city administrator to have, whether it be John or anybody else. I just think that I don't think that we can just say to somebody, oh yeah, today's the day I'm just gonna open up camping. And then suddenly we have a political and other issue. I think that the administrator can declare an emergency. And then, like if we got a flood or a neighborhood burns down.
Years ago was that the Clackamas came here and camped up at the fairground
Exactly.
with all the animals and stuff.
Fires. and
Yeah.
Yeah, so
There
they're,
was the fire down in Clackamas, down by Canby and Malala, there were so many fires.
yeah, let's go here. Places allowed by the CC. I just don't think. So just scroll up there for a second, because we didn't. So place allowed by the city administrator, but only following the city administrator or the mayor's public declaration of emergency. So then the council has to give it. I just think it's too much power for the city administrator to say today's the day I'm gonna allow camping. Or even if he goes to the council, because he said he'd go to the council and talk to them. I said, you know what? Why would you be able to allow it unless there was an emergency? What would be the circumstances where the administrator would want to allow camping? Other than in an emergency, that's against the law. Why would we give that much power to somebody?
I
One
agree.
person.
I agree.
Yeah, okay, so I think we need to have some kind of note. That we don't think, what do people think about that? Because I kind of want a resolution that. We don't think that any one person should have the power to just overturn this law and allow camping without a declaration of emergency, whether it be the city administrator or anybody, the mayor, me, you, anybody. One person. Now, if it's an emergency, absolutely, city administrator declares an emergency. Get the people in there, 30 days, the council acts, that's a whole different situation. But we don't know who, this is a law that's supposed to last for a while, and so what do you guys think about that for resolution?
I agree with it.
All right, so can I get somebody to say, okay, so let's just say, can I get somebody to propose a resolution that the planning commission finds that giving one person the power to allow camping without a declaration of emergency is too much power? Or it's not, it should not occur.
Steve, I think if the planning commission says at the end, we're cool with this, we motion to approve it, it's kind of.
It's a package.
In there.
All right, that's fine
With the
then.
corrections, so that's what we're doing, we're editing it to where we'll agree with the.
I think it's written how he wants it to be written
Right.
still. Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
let's go
He
then.
wants to
All right.
change this, okay.
Well, in our discussion, that could be reflected in the minutes that we. In our discussion, thought that was too much power, and that's why
The
we
minute
want.
taker will reference that since it's discussed.
So is this repetitive for our rules?
Yeah, I think that's repetitive, yeah.
In this one too, the title 10. For city streets.
Yeah, I don't think we need to. But basically you can't litter. And I think, so what about littering? I like this there saying littering within a site used for sleeping, camping, keeping warm and dry they'll be prosecuted as littering under state law, meaning. I guess the point is that we don't expect you to litter here, and if you do, you can be prosecuted under state law. I think that's a good way to try to tell people that you're gonna keep these sites clean.
I like,
Or it's okay, huh?
I like it too.
But it's kind of referring to something else, it's not our law.
This is
Doesn't seem like it needs to be there.
It's a manner thing, and so. What if you're at Sand Island and you litter, can you be prosecuted for littering? If you leave your cans and your trash all over Sand Island when you leave, and no, because.
Well, they're not being prosecuted for it. I know that.
Well,
On the state part, yeah.
In the state park, yeah.
In the state part of that island. Which is most of them.
I mean, this is goes to manner, the expectation, we say already it's to be kept clean, so.
We have a law about littering already, right?
Well, and it's, yeah.
But
It's in two places.
I guess if it becomes a problem and the police need some more teeth in this thing, we can always say that we can always throw this back in. I kind of like it. So Jennifer likes it. I like it. Does it, let's just put hands up, in or out.
Well, my concern was. The state law provision, and it's kind of this nebulous thing to point to.
Not specific.
It reminds me of, we used to have in our permits, a bunch of language, about water quality, the DEQ. Like PEQ and DEQ says, that's not really enough. Here's the conditions, and they were 3 pages long. Well, we're not gonna stick those in there, we're just gonna have one that says follow DEQ's rule. So we're not gonna repeat the whole law of some state law, so, it's that kind of thing. It's gonna be state law, and we're at the federal law, or there's the county law. Those are these are kind of suggestions, they're convenience, so they go, oh yeah, okay, there's a state law too. But they're not something we can enforce, because it's a state law. It shouldn't be something in our rule, because we can't enforce it.
Well, why don't you just say littering is not allowed, then it's enforceable under this provision.
Whatever, yeah.
Or
By much, but
all right, is prohibited.
Do we have to even say within a site used for sleeping? Aren't we under this
Yeah, in this title,
using
littering within a
We
site
know it's about camping.
described in this title
is prohibited?
is prohibited.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we'll let the police decide which laws apply.
Yeah, they can use whatever in the toolbox.
Yeah. Good idea.
And we got rid of this earlier. This. I don't know if we're leaving this in or not, because it's in another title.
In my notes say put in chapter 10 instead. But, we could say whatever.
Let's just make sure it's covered.
Okay.
Wherever it is, it needs to be covered,
Jesus,
we can cross it out and just,
I should have done what just happened.
it definitely needs to be covered, so
Put a note in
let's
parentheses.
not have the loophole.
It's comment.
He's got a comment, does this conflict with Title 10?
Here we go. What do you want the comment to say?
Make sure that we have a rule regarding vehicle camping.
Make sure it goes somewhere.
Yeah, because right now we have a gap.
And we've added removal.
So this is probably received during.
Well-
Sleepy Academy violations shall be disposed of. So this is anything. So if a person says you need to leave. And for whatever reason, I don't know, it just, all the property gets handled by 195.505, and I think we're safe.
So Steve, my note to myself is. Why wouldn't we also reference 95,500? Because they're both removal sections.
All right, go ahead.
195,
Yeah, it would be before 95,500.
oh, they're before, but you'll get it. They're in reverse.
So if we never assume this whole thing would have just been an exercise, let's hope that,
We're just geeking out for no reason.
I think we
I think the danger is real. Well, I would not have done this, so I can tell you, I didn't spend all this time and effort because I thought it was not something that was very dangerous for our city, especially from the notorious lawsuits. That's the biggest concern I had. Just predatory types, and then we see how Bend is dealing with it. So hopefully we're gonna throw off this whole issue.
Okay.
So that the last thing is the violation section, in which we added that one provision. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Aaron says about that C.
He doesn't like the misdemeanor thing, but I'm thinking. I think will we really be attacked that if you get a third violation as a misdemeanor? I doubt anybody's gonna attack us on that. And it's just so obscure. I think a judge would say, I don't get it. I mean, if they ask the person, they do this, they give them a warning, and then it's a $25 fine, and you're trying to say that it shouldn't be a misdemeanor. Well, what should it be? I just think that's unreasonable. We have societal view, we have expectations of the houseless to follow our laws. And the only way to enforce them is to eventually have some kind of jail behind it. Otherwise, we will not be able to enforce them, in my opinion. Let's see what Aaron says.
Yeah, I wonder about the practicality of it. How easy is it for the police to track that first violation with a documented warning? And then have that on record for a year to track the second and third.
Well, Greenway wants his new computer system, so this would be a good way to get it. But
It was just like, how practical is that for them? I just don't know.
Hard to enforce.
But also there's habitual abusers, and those are the people that you want to get caught, that should get caught.
I can tell you, I don't think we're ever gonna get to the $25 fine. Because when somebody's on the radar enough to where the police have asked them and that they've warned them.
Social workers are helping
And,
them.
and then, yeah, if they're so outside of our rules, they will be breaking other ones. And that's what they're gonna get prosecuted by. That's what's gonna happen. So I just, and I don't, and so we're, since we're on the other discussion about, you know, the judge can do this. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals rejected the fine. There was an excessive fines attack on the Grants Pass ordinance. And that there was some flexibility in what the court could do in those. And, you know, maybe what Aaron might want to say is the third violation we could put in there unless the court finds, you know, some other remedy in the interests of justice or up to, so that I think that the courts have really not found that the court flexibility provides any real defense, but I do like, we could put in there under C, considered a misdemeanor. I mean, you could put in there some some court flexibility that Aaron could suggest. I think we want some teeth in it, but I don't think we're ever gonna get there. That's the point. We want teeth, but can't imagine that's gonna be the statute we're gonna use. Okay, prosecution persons under this title does not limit. Yeah, that's the limit. That's the one that says. I think we should violation of this title. Violation does not limit additional prosecution. Violation under this title. Violation of persons. Violation by persons of this title. So that's good enough. We'll let Aaron clean that up. Okay. Counselor Gunderson.
Yes, sir.
Anything else that you would like to contribute?
No, like I said earlier, I thought it was pretty well put together.
Well, it's a team effort, and you know, John Walsh made a lot of time, Aaron Heisel.
I know.
We had our joint meeting, you were there, Jacob, spent a lot of time, you know, this is an effort that was considerable by everybody involved. We had many subcommittee meetings, the planning commission tracked this. We had input throughout by the planning commission about direction of the subcommittee. And so I think this is something that, this is the kind of thing that we can do when we pull together on a really tough thing. I mean, just, this is a tough law that it's hard for expert attorneys to understand.
Sure.
And then talking about these kinds of issues is divisive at times and challenging. But I think we got it right. I guess that's the point. I think we got it right. I think we did, and I think that this is going to hold up. Honestly, I feel like let's go with it. I think the biggest question for the city, and this is something we should talk about. I know it's getting late, but you know, the not designation, the concern about the designating a spot is liability. And also, if we have this spot, then it'll grow and it'll become this festering sore. Those are two separate considerations. Number one, okay, it doesn't seem like we have that big of a problem. And why are people, if people already wanted to come here in droves, they'd already be here in droves. So whatever it is that we have something that there's something other places that they want, the homeless want, that's why they're there. So there is that risk. But we're gonna try and cap it at 8 to 7, 7 and 8, see how that goes. And if it turns out to be a nightmare, well, the council can blame the planning commission, say that was their idea, okay? And then as far as the other end, the risks, I think the risks of getting this statute wrong are way bigger than if somebody falls and we get sued because somebody gets injured. We can buy insurance for that. We can try and prevent that. We have defense lawyers that can say we were reasonable. We can go to court and say, we're trying to do the best we can, man. You know, this is a huge problem. The state told us we had to designate a spot. You know, we've done the best we can, and hopefully things can be managed in a way to where the city isn't liable. Now, if we start taking on a lot of liability, then maybe we look at it differently. But I think balancing the risks of loss to the city, the risks of this kind of ACL lawsuit, if an injunction gets issued, the city then has no loss left. I mean, that's what happened this Grants Pass. They issued an injunction. The court issued an injunction and Grants Pass had no loss. So their parks got completely overrun. And so the risk of an injunction is huge to our people. Our people. And so the risk of liability is a financial risk that we can hopefully guard against, insure against. So I think on the balance, I think on the balance, that's why we should move forward with this thing. I mean, what do you guys think? We go
I
for it?
think when we move forward with the rough draft that we've gone forward with and recommend that edited copy to council. That's my motion. You want
Your
to-
second?
There's one.
I'll second the motion.
Favor?
Aye.
Down there, and then I think we should also send to council, my report. Will that go to council, my report?
Yeah,
I mean, because it is my report.
Good treats.
the only thing I did white out, you assigned a file number, the proactive item.
Trying to number them as they go along, but
Yeah, it's arbitrary and I don't want to create a new numbering system.
that's fine.
Because if we just call it by name, I don't think we're gonna have 50 a year for tracking purposes.
Yeah.
So I didn't think a new filing number system was necessary, so that's the only thing
Because the additional areas are also in play, I wanted Dan to chime in on the 50 feet. There was because the council was considering 50 feet, maybe there would be some part of public land they'd allow, but not one of these sort of undesignated spots, but not within 50 feet of Milton Creek and
50 feet of the creeks, 75 feet of the river, the bay.
Just be the sensitive lands buffer area. Designate.
That's what it's based on, yeah.
That's dependable.
And so I just think, I think controlling the numbers is a good thing. And I mean, that was the one guy that wrote to us. He had the experience where camping got allowed in riparian areas near his house and became a huge concern. So this way we control our numbers. We have 8, we have one spot for 7 and one spot for 8, and that's it.
Campsites, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we have 2.
So I know what you meant by 7 and 8.
8 people near the police station and 7 people somewhere down Castor Road that,
15 each one, I didn't catch that.
15 total.
Now, is just for the interest of time. Is there anything left on the agenda that we have to cover?
I have an item for FYI. I
Okay.
have 2 actually.
Hang on one second.
Push it, but it's like.
Okay, so,
It started really.
okay, all right. I'd like to be present at the executive sessions when council's talked to. You guys have your lawyer, but I think I have input and I can ask questions and it'll help the council make a decision. I'm gonna make that request. And I'd also like to be present at the council session when this legislation is considered so that I can answer any questions, considering I've spent so much time. There were a lot of questions here that I was able to answer. And I'm gonna make that request. So I hope Councilor Gunderson, you would advocate that in helping the council come to a really tough decision on a tough thing. Simply, I'm gonna be in, so I guess the question would be is, I think we should request I'm gonna be on the agenda, make a brief presentation of this maybe 10 minutes. 15 minutes, and then kind of sum it up for the council.
And
I'd
we
like-
propose as you chair of the subcommittee, as a planning commission, that we want that to happen.
I think it should be done as a planning commission. This is our first proactive item, and I think it would be good to have our proactive items presented by somebody designated by the planning commission to the council. Council gets a lot of presentations from people, on the sewer system, the water system. I mean,
No, but it does the request have any more meat if we propose it as a planning commission? Then you
what's
just,
that?
does it give the request any more meat? Than you just requesting it if we propose it as a planning commission that happens?
Absolutely gives it more meat, because this is our baby. We worked on it and said we want to be able to present.
So I
We'd like to be put down.
I propose that we have Commissioner Toski as chair of the subcommittee.
Not the subcommittee, I disagree with that. As
Okay.
chair, as representative of planning commission.
Okay.
The subcommittee is organized for communication purposes only.
That makes
It's not
sense.
a decision-making body, so we gotta focus on the planning commission.
That makes sense. I'm trying to do this at 1:38 in the morning here. If you want to say something, I'll say as.
How about the proposal is that Steve Toski, as representative of the planning commission, the planning commission represents or requests that Steve Toski present the planning commission's findings and suggested laws to the city council at the meeting where the council takes this up. Requests 15 minutes for the presentation, and also requests that Steve Toski be present and be available to answer any questions that the council may have.
So proposed.
That's next week. At least the first one.
I'll be there.
See what happens after that.
I thought it was to be the 29th. Is this under?
That's,
All right, do I hear a second on that?
A second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so then
yeah, that's Wednesday, the 19th.
I'll be there.
Work session,
15 minutes.
I mean,
I'm gonna bring my stopwatch, Steve.
I'm gonna write it out. I'm gonna practice it.
You're gonna put stopwatch in there.
I'm gonna, I think, where do we need to go? Jenny needs some FYI. Let's go to that.
Great. So the stakeholder group for the Gateway project. So first in St. Helens, there's going to be a gateway just out in front of CrossFit and the catering place right there at the intersection. We have a design contract that we just kicked off with Lower Columbia to help us design that, and there is a stakeholder group. And I need one member of the planning commission to be on that stakeholder group.
When do they meet?
We are meeting 3 times. So the commitment is 3 meetings in person. Up to 2 hours a meeting. You will review, we'll kick off the project, you'll review like a 30% design and then a 90% design. So it's not a lot of a commitment. You do need to come to City Hall to meet. I don't want to do a virtual meeting.
When's the first meeting?
It'll be by the end of April. We don't have it scheduled yet. We'll work with your schedule.
I mean, I think anybody here would do it.
Well, hang on 1 second. So
It's a decision you need to make to represent the planning commission in this group. I also at around 60% design. That gateway will come to you for architectural review. So this whole body will get to look at it at 60% design. But I do want one commissioner kind of.
My
process.
personal viewpoint is that I would prefer that whoever does this has been at least exposed to every stage of this planning.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Somebody that's got a little bit of sea legs on.
Yeah.
The waterfront project.
Other
you know?
membership includes Main Street Alliance. There's 2 members of Main Street
Right,
Alliance.
but Main Street is like all new.
CCMA, 1 member from the Columbia County Museum Association.
Oh, okay.
And that's been selected. And then 2 city councilors, Councilor Sundin and Councilor Chilton were selected. And then 4 city staff. So it's about.
That's all new people.
Or do you have a suggested person?
I mean,
I think Huxley.
yeah, I just want to make sure somebody that has the strength of this planning process, because we've been working on this water front for over 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, this
It
is.
started before I was elected the first time.
Mhm.
And it's like, we've done so many renderings, so many drawings, and taken hours of public input. And I just don't want to see that go to waste because of somebody's own little weird idea. Not that anybody here has weird ideas, I might.
I would be happy to do it, except for I won't be back in Oregon until May 7th. So,
We are planning to kick off before April. There's some
Before
time
April.
before the end of April, our
Okay.
kickoff meeting. It's actually the last week of April. is
And-
what we're shooting.
Russell? Weren't you here
What?
for the STAT when we did that thing at the theater?
Thing at the theater.
You remember STAT, don't you?
I do. I think I get what you're saying, the content. I think someone with a design, like someone who's got an artistic design sense is always good for that, this type of thing.
I'm designated artist of Oregon,
You designated what?
designated an artist of Oregon by the Oregon Art Museum.
There you go.
Sounds like a plan.
I'm making my own gateway up.
I also see Commissioner Hubbard at every open house that the city has regarding Riverfront.
I just know that Russ has been involved in a lot of stuff down here. And he's seen the planning commission and how we operate and how this body operates for a long time. So I would be comfortable with Russ doing it.
Anybody else?
Jennifer, how do you feel about, I know that you've got the historical aspect of it, and is Les gonna be on this thing,
So
or?
they met and they delegated a person, I can't remember her name. Jennifer, were you at that meeting?
I was at that meeting.
You weren't? Or
I was
what?
at, yeah, I was at the meeting. I'm trying to forget. I'm sorry, I'm tired.
She's part owner of Hollow's Pizza. I know
Oh,
that.
yes, Erin McCormick, she's amazing. Yes. I think she'll
So
have
they
good. input.
delegated a person.
Plus Brandon Sundin is also on the board and he's the councilman, so he'll have that.
How do you feel about, because you're gonna be gone, kicking it over to somebody here? What would be your,
I would support Russ. Hubbard being selected.
Everybody that?
Yeah.
All right. Congrats.
Volunteered.
Gotta get off that excavator and
all right.
You can work inside.
Is there, I
Get out of
there's another agenda.
I just have one more item, the CLG award for historic preservation grants. We actually got $17,000 instead of the 12 to 13 that we were expecting. Some communities couldn't participate, so we got more money and the letters are going out Friday to eligible property owners. You'll see some press about it. The scoring for that will happen in August. Jennifer asked me if she was an applicant, could she score? If you would have to not score. I know, Charles, you're also eligible as a property owner in the historic district, I believe. But anyways. So you'll see those in August.
Okay, I have two parts. One part is this Friday, if anybody cares, is empty, that's the food raiser, fundraiser for food bank. So if you want to get a pottery bowl and support food bank, come on out and do that. Super cool at McBride School. And the other thing is, we talked about architectural standards, about how we have a historic district, but not an overall district. And I wanted, not tonight, obviously, but to have more information on what it takes to decide to have our own district. As opposed to isolated buildings here and there, because that's the problem that you run into with architectural standards, is how do you find the borders? How do you define the area? How do you just find the parameters? And so because we don't have an actual designation citywide or even Main Street wide, we don't have a designation. So anything we do on architectural standards will have no teeth without edges. So I wanted to know how we do that. And that's my question to staff for future meetings. Because Jennifer and I are starting to gather stuff in our heads because she's gone for a few weeks. And so we'll be ready to have a conversation when she gets back.
And Steve Toshke is on the committee too, and we've been talking, so he's.
Yeah,
doing
I just-
research and-
I had a conversation on the phone with Steve a week or so ago, and about having boundaries and stuff, so we could actually write things that would make sense and that would be enforceable.
Okay, so let's go ahead and just push over architectural standards, a new proactive item proposals till the next meeting, anything else that we haven't covered, and then with those suggestions, the direction, does anybody feel like we need to continue on any, or can we adjourn? Okay, then the meeting will be adjourned.